Do I have a delay? Or am I like on beat? Sweet. So last time we had we were traveling towards the Blackstone Monastery, right? And then we went to Chara wanted to stop and do the Feast of the Moon. That was all in one session, right? Or was it two sessions?
2.
Okay, then I'm there. It was 2 sessions. Because we fought the, that's right, in the portal thing.
Yeah,
we jumped through the portal thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we were faced some weird flesh goblin-y things. Spider creepy dudes. Guys, I'm gonna butcher this. The only parts that I actually remember, we were on a tree at one point. There were birds. We didn't fight any birds, but we did fight explodey spider thing in the tree trunk. And then we went down the tree trunk and we didn't fight, or technically it was Nathan's memories of a battle that happened between these 2 extremely large and terrifying representatives of the 2 factions that were happening. And then there was a bridge. We went across a bridge into a field, and then we went into a snowy mountaintop where we met Rowan's mother and got to see a little bit of Rowan's origin story and kind of piecing some of the puzzle between who Nathan is and who Rowan is and how they intersect. And then we transported back. That is my dollar store version of what happened last session.
Love it.
Pretty good. Yeah. So I don't have much more to add.
Yeah, I feel like we can fill in details as they come up.
Basically, we are going to be coming back today at this moment. You all... Okay, no. I can still hear myself. God damn it.
We were on our way to Westbridge to pick up Liam. Is where we were trekking towards.
That's correct, yeah.
Oh, that was a plan. Like, we had basically just, like,
gotten back on the ship.
Yeah. Because the last thing was Nina, like, using the earpiece to check in on Liam and say, like, I miss you, wish you were here. And just doing that final touch base before going to bed.
No, that's not where we ended it. We ended it with Rowan's fade to black with Hestima. I'm pretty sure.
Was it Nina? I just watched it. Yeah.
You just watched it. All right.
Fade to black happened, and then Nina's sad voiced, I miss you to Leah was literally the last thing.
I feel like we're all way too happy right now. We need to just get into our sad brain.
DM's gonna cut us off at the knees here soon, I'm sure. Emotionally, I mean.
I will do my best.
We're all too happy right now.
I mean, if we want to not be happy, I could play some creepy music.
No. My notebook is almost full.
Just another scythe being dragged across a window or some frozen hallway bits.
All right. I'm just going to deal with it for now. Okay.
Oh, the other important thing is Nathan's big reveal moment when none of us saw because he was invisible.
Didn't we sort of like retconned that Nina actually dropped it when she collapsed so that we could see it. So yeah, no, we saw Nathan being a badass. That was just such a jumble of like, what are we gonna do? And I was like, wait, I didn't drop. Yeah, no, we're gonna drop it.
Yeah. Night of, all of you. Oh my god, this is gonna drive me crazy. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Take your time. Yeah.
What you guys
do you need us to all mute so you have a chance to like figure it out? Do you want us to stop distracting you?
Oops. No, there's.
And if you need help, by all means, just reach out.
I'm tired of being stupid when it comes to audio.
I mean, it's complicated. Like audio.
I was gonna say there's nothing stupid about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Audio is just. Ugh.
Yeah.
Did that? Nope. Okay, why don't I do this? Nope, that's gonna be stupid. Okay. Fuck it. So you all arrive at the camp, or you guys are at the camp still. You all have filed back into the ship, having spent some time kind of briefly dealing with the emotional after party of what you dealt with essentially on this magical journey. And there were quite a few varying thought process going on. But you all do manage to get a long rest, except for maybe Rowan. The next morning, you all awaken. It is probably later in the morning. I imagine you guys probably slept in. Well, I'll leave that up to you. Whether you slept in, emotionally spent, or if you couldn't even put your mind at ease to be able to sleep. Either way, the next morning you awaken and breakfast is obviously set out for all of you. Let's just go around, starting with Nina. Where do we find you at in the morning?
I think she slept a reasonable amount. I don't think it was sleeping in. I think she is still trying to get in the practice of being more of an early riser. So she's one of the first up or at least one of the first down to breakfast, I would say, where Enof is, and she'll kind of help Enof set the table and everything in preparation of heading back to Westbridge. She wants to get back. She wants to see Liam, uncertain of how much of his appearance in that memory was going to be real, and like needing more of an explanation on what happened there. So I think she's more quiet and contemplative than anything. Maybe a little bit nervous and antsy to get going.
Okay. Nathan. I think you're muted. One that can't hear him. Yep, I sure am. Hang tight.
Okay.
I'm the one that fucked it up. Okay. Okay, I apologize. Where's Nathan at?
Oh, you're all good. He probably got up early too.
Okay.
Probably just like slept normal, got up early enough, and it's kind of just moving around for the day.
Okay.
I don't think he has anything specific in mind. I think he's just waiting.
Chara.
Chara probably had like a fitful sleep, a fitful rest. She probably also was up relatively early, just trying to find like general distractions from what are new thoughts of uncertainty. Because Chara is usually always certain. So she probably is wandering around the ship and maybe watches the sunrise in one of the pods, one of the little viewing areas.
And Rowan?
Rowan is definitely the last one to get up. Even though normally she's kind of a early riser too. Probably wakes up and stays. Did we go back to Hesteva's room? I would assume. Or because that's started at the campsite. Okay. I don't
Yeah,
know
if you wanted her to.
would she, I guess, allow that to happen?
Oh, back to her room?
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. And yeah, wake up in Hesteva's room, and probably just lays there for a while if she's not awake, just soaking in the moment of what just happened. Feeling probably the most happiness she's felt in a while also simultaneously feeling like a loss all over again. So it's very conflicting feelings. And kind of replaying in her head the you must move forward that her mom said. And that has to be repeated and like conquer your fears stuff, just kind of replaying. And probably just tries to kind of not disturb her and try to slide out and leave.
Roll me a perception check.
18.
You know, as you slide out, the breathing pattern, the way she's positioned, you know she's awake. But you also know she's not stopping you. And there just seems to be a level of comfort that you feel no rules are set in place. You feel comfortable to come and go as you please, basically. And
I put yesterday's clothes back on because that's all I have. But when I go to walk out the door, I will place my amulet like on the dresser or something that's there. That like I don't need it right now. And also kind of a statement of I'm not walking away from her. It's morning. I'm normally up and ready to go, but don't want to disturb her.
yeah.
And then I attempt to sneak out and head for my room as much as possible without gaining too much, if any, attention.
Yeah, roll a stealth check.
17.
17, okay. As Rowan begins to sneak down the hallway, doing the walk of shame, not shamed. Liam, where are you at waking up the next morning?
I assume I'm in the manor. Is that
Totally
yeah.
up to you.
Get up in the manor, still a little sore, still proud of Hell. I get dressed and I go out into town. See what's going on in the markets.
Okay. Yeah. What's Liam thinking this morning?
What is he thinking? After everything that happened, he's just wondering about his place in the world, wondering about his next steps, what he's going to do, where he's going to go, who he's going to be with. But for the moment, before the rest of the world sort of just drops on him and he has to deal with everything, he just wants to enjoy the morning and just enjoy the market for what it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Him not part of anything, just going and seeing what's around.
Yeah. Walking down Westbridge, you see the leftover decorations still up. There's still an energy in the air. It's heavy. The people walking about, you see some of them look to be unburdened, having once again left their burdens at the story table. But you do find others who, now and then you'll find someone walking by with regret. You're not sure why. Perhaps tales unspoken, or the regret of a passing holiday. Maybe they didn't feel they had anyone to share it with. Who knows? But you see all the varying excitement as well. As you walk down the market, or it's not really much of a market. Westbridge doesn't really have a market, but you see the shops, the typical ones that you walk past, hearing the sounds of hammered nail, the clang of hammer against metal, and yeah. Rowan, as you stealthily make your way down the plank, you're headed to your room, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I think the only one with a high enough perception would be Allie. You, as you're in wherever you are, I forgot already, and you do hear the somewhat quiet, attempting to be quiet footsteps of Rowan as she kind of tiptoes down the hallway. And if you just simply clock it, then Rowan, you are able to get to your room. Anything you are wanting to do in there?
Not specifically, besides changing clothes. Probably going ahead and putting armor back on.
Mm-hmm.
Clocking the fact that Nina's not in the room. But are you someone that makes the bed, or is it unmade? Like, can I tell that you actually slept in the room?
I don't think Nina makes her bed.
I didn't think so. Like,
No, she's not a bed maker. That takes precious seconds when she would rather be doing so many other things. So yeah, I guess maybe this is a question for Nathan. I think Nina and Nathan were spending time together. Would they have shared the same room? After everything that happened, like, did Nathan want to be alone?
Probably. But I think it either A would have been like just actually sleeping next to each other, or
Exactly.
whatever else. But
Yeah.
Just for company's feel.
Yeah, and I think that's
Feel
probably
safe.
I think that's probably what it was then. So she would have like been in the bed that Liam was in or something like that in the like guy's room over on that side. So she did not sleep in hers last night.
or if you want me to do like perception check or something, be like that I can clock the fact that she wasn't here.
I mean, you definitely see she's not in the room. You also probably would know by this point, having spent time with Nina, she does not make the bed. So seeing it rumpled like this is also not unusual.
Yeah.
Being up this early is a little unusual.
Okay. Yeah, get myself dressed. Basically because of just muscle memory at this point, I like go to put the amulet on and then like remember the fact that I left it behind. And do a slight chuckle at the fact that it's now become so ingrained into my daily routine. I almost don't even think about it. But was so willing to just leave it there. And then I am absolutely starving. So I'll head down, see what Enoch has been making.
Heading down, you find Nina, as well as Nathan. Nina's just kind of helping get the table ready, as Nathan helps Enoch carry food out. Everyone kind of seems to be moving rather quietly. Normally Enoch is a, stream of words, constant chattering, talking to herself as she cooks and stuff. There does seem to be an air this morning of a level of she senses the energy in the room, and she's someone that serves. Like, she aims to serve those around her and her family. She knows how to read a room, and she knows that there's something that happened, and she's kind of being respectful of that in the moment, as everyone just seems to be quietly getting breakfast ready.
Morning. Coffee?
Yes, please. That'd be fantastic.
She will pour you some and hand it over. Is Chara with us in the galley now too?
I would say Chara, like, knowing that everybody's gathering, would wander in.
Okay. She'd offer the same to you, coffee or tea.
Ooh, I want some tea.
Okay. Do you have a preference on a kind of tea? Enough, I assume, has types of teas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hearing...
She has everything, so...
Yeah. Hearing that, Enough just kind of shuffles up. I got so many different teas. I'm going to need to know what kind exactly you like. Do you like the spicy? Do you want something kind of homely? I know with it getting the chillier seasons, a lot of people want more of the mulled spices kind of with it. Or we can go citrus. We can go, Earl Grey, black, whatever. Something light, a whiter tea.
The last thing you do is give Chara choices.
There's so many choices.
Yeah.
Tell you what, why don't I just set them all out? That might help.
Enough, is there any way you can surprise me?
Ooh. Yes, indeed.
Surprise me.
Okay. All right. You see her kind of stand there awkwardly for a moment, kind of eyes lasering in on you, trying to read you for a moment. Okay. She's gonna shuffle off, and a few minutes later she would bring you a cup of what smells like it's very much a citrusy, like kind of a bergamot type scent to it, with a very soft undercurrent of almost like kind of currants or raisins, and a little bit of a spice with it.
Perfect. Delicious.
Well, good to see everyone up and about. Gonna be heading off for Westbridge, I assume, here shortly. I haven't seen the captain around yet, right? Parsoness hasn't been down here? No. And obviously, since you narrated that Hesta was still in her room, I haven't seen Hesta either. So it seems like the crew might be taking it easy this morning, but I'm sure they'll be up and around shortly.
Have
It
you
was a
reached
busy
out
night.
to him?
What was that?
Have you reached out to Liam?
Last night I did. He's back at the manor and okay, so.
Did he
As
mention
okay
what
as we
happened
can
to his eye?
I think that's something we're going to be talking about when we meet in person. Because he did not. No.
Man of few words.
Yeah, that's one way to describe him.
He's alive.
He is. And Pelliz. So that was all just a awful, awful memory. Sorry, gang. That was not my intended effect with the whole story.
Why are you apologizing?
Well, I kind of feel like if I hadn't have like done the big spiel with it, if Char and I hadn't like, told the story, maybe we wouldn't have gotten that special incense that shunted us into I don't know.
Knowing our luck, it would have happened one way or another.
Yeah, for real.
I think you're apologizing for something out of your control, sweetheart.
Okay, well then I'm sorry for killing all of you in that.
Wouldn't have happened either, so. All right, fair enough.
Just had a little bit of guilt that I needed to get off my chest, so.
You know what that tells me? It's just how good of a person you really are. So guilty about it. No, seriously.
Your level of guilt doesn't correspond to your level of goodness, though.
No. But you didn't do it out of malice.
No. At least not the storytelling part. Who knows about the killing part? I was pretty pissed in that memory. Not at you guys, but at those fucking things y'all became.
You see Philippe kind of comes in, waves at everyone, gets a plate, gets some food.
Hey. You doing okay? Busy night?
Oh, I'm fine. It was a great night. I love hearing the stories. It's good to hear stories from other people, sharing those with them. It's good for the healing process.
You didn't partake in like the special incense, did you?
Oh, no. No, I learned a long time ago to stay away from that unless you you really gotta wanna revisit something.
Note for our future selves then.
Hindsight is 2020, so.
So do you know, is the crew, are we still heading to Westbridge? Is that still the plan? Or?
Oh, yes. Yes. Captain's already up at the helm. They're getting ready to set off here.
Great.
And then they'll file in here in a few. But usually we get the day off after Feast of the Moon. But sometimes we just, we gotta get back to Westbridge.
Well, hopefully we can give you that day off back once we're in
we've had
Westbridge.
plenty of days. I didn't mean to say that to say we upset about it. We've had plenty of days off. I get to stay in a mansion, a really huge mansion, and I get to go back to stay there again.
Can I insight check Philippe? Is he just trying to like be nice, or is he actually okay with all of this?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. This poor little man, he's been this is so bad. It's a 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
He seems like a nice Harangon.
Yeah. Okay.
As he's like off by the buffet side cabinet, kind of filling up his stuff, talking back to you.
Yeah, well, when we get back, what's ours is yours. And you guys can tell Nina is like nervous and antsy.
Fleet kind of gives a nod. Okay. All right. And you see him look up, and Hestava comes striding in, perfectly made up, outfit, completely ironed and straight, and she gives a nod to all of you. Good morning. And walks over to the tables, or the buffet, starts filling up a plate. And a moment later, as you all are starting to settle down for breakfast, Char, you hear a thunking sound behind your chair. And as you turn, you see a rolled brass cylinder just kind of slowly rolling away from you.
Chara grabs the cylinder
You pick it up,
and opens the cylinder.
pop the top off, and as you dump out the contents, you find a contract, a covenant. 2 pages with multiple signatures on them, including yours, and it is notarized, has the seal of Nicolacia Avalieri Vajiri, and you see another paper kind of rolled up in the middle of it. And it's an extra sheet, and you see on the front of it there is a wax seal keeping this one closed, and you see a small little note attached to it that says, break the seal, unroll, and place on the floor. It's up to you.
I feel weird doing it in the middle of this room with a bunch of people around. I don't know what's gonna happen. Last time, like, just nothing happened, but
You don't have to. It's totally up to Chara.
Chara would put it back in the cylinder,
Mm-hmm.
close the top, and like tuck it in her pocket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she's not stealthy about any of this either.
Oh yeah, no, all of you saw her looking at this cylinder that just appeared.
Where did that come from?
It's from Nicolacia.
Ooh, your contract.
Yeah.
Did you sign it?
Yeah.
When did you sign it?
I don't know, like a couple of weeks ago.
Nathan just gets up, grabs a drink, and this sounds like a lady conversation, and walks out and leaves.
Philippe, you see Philippe like mid plate to the table, about to climb up into his chair, and he's like,
Philippe, you can stay if you want.
No, it's good. Enjoy your breakfast, ladies. And he's gonna also head up.
Chara would take out the contract and like hand it over to Nina, so Nina can see the contract.
This looks so official. I don't even know what half of these words mean.
Actually, it is official. Here is
Oh,
page
oh, oh.
1. And
Page 1!
here is page 2.
There's 2 pages.
For anyone
But
that
so
is
here's
curious.
my thing. Here's my thing. With it has I can't even pronounce it. The Sinalisi wood.
It is Sinalias. The Sinalias wood.
Sinalius wood. Feywild. Y'all, I don't even know where I'm from.
Do you think she has contacts or something that know something about you? I mean, she offered this to you pretty quickly upon meeting you.
Huh.
Chara, what have you done?
Wait,
Let's-
Parsonus's name on this, and I will like flip to the second page. Did he sign it as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't see signatures on there, but there are
Sure.
signatures on
Okay.
each line.
Oh my gosh.
Is this how weddings are done nowadays?
Oh no, I don't think this is a wedding. This is not.
I don't
You
think
didn't
it's a
get
wedding.
married, right? That's yeah.
No, I don't think that I got married. Chara looks confused for a moment. No, I don't think I got married.
Man,
But there
she
was
takes
this-
this matriarchal thing seriously. Any female-born children resulting in our union. What happens if you have a boy? And I just keep reading.
There was this other scroll, and Char will hold up another one that's like the little one, and it says to put it on the floor and open it and put it on the floor. And I don't know what's gonna happen if I do.
Nina is like looking at the roll of parsnips and got distracted by that for a second. And she's like, I'm sorry, what was that? You found another scroll? You have another contract?
I don't know what this one does.
Yeah.
Oh.
You see just a smaller roll of a single page that is got a wax seal on it and a little note on the outside that says, I already forgot.
It was like put me on the
Break-
put me on the floor or something
Break
like
the
that,
seal,
right? Yeah.
put me on the floor.
Yeah, break the seal, unroll, and place on the floor.
So if you don't know who this one is from, I would probably say we should exit the Manta Rose unless we have the captain's permission to potentially summon something else. Because to put something on the floor immediately suggests like a summoning circle to me of some kind. Rowan, is that a mistake to think that?
Not a mistake.
Okay.
I agree.
So maybe we just get permission before we open it on board. And by we, I
Okay.
mean you, because I don't need to be the one to open. Nina, like, definitely wants to be involved with the opening of it.
Well, how about this? I'll go ask, and we can meet in the training room. Where
Okay.
and then that, in case it's a big thing.
Sure. Sounds good.
When you say we can meet, like, me and Nina can come too? Do you want us there? Do you want to be?
Well, yeah, if
Hello?
something's gonna pop out of this, if you think something's gonna pop out of this scroll, I don't want to be there by myself.
Oh yeah, no, we will be there to support you in that. Does Parsonus know that he like isn't really involved in this other than the initial act? He waives all rights of parentage toward any of the here mentioned children.
I'm pretty sure he knows that that's part of it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was agreed upon. It wasn't.
I mean, he read it.
This is true. He did sign it. So, all right, cool.
At least I assume he read what he signed.
And I roll it up and hand it back. Well, yeah, go get permission. We'll meet you in the training room in a bit. Kara said her computer froze. She's restarting.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Hesteva hearing this as she is seated and kind of slowly picking through her
I
food.
forgot about Hesteva.
Yeah, she's just kind of, her eyes, she was like, as you start talking about that in Parsoness's role, you just see her eyes like slowly kind of lift and listening.
Yeah, I feel like I almost make eye contact with her.
Yeah. She just kind of raises a single brow.
If he read it, Yep.
I mean, I don't know. And Char like looks at Nina and it's just like dead in the eye, and is like, and Char is like, just like, listen, I don't think he wants to be a parent. Now, to be fair, we haven't had the conversation.
You see,
I don't think.
You hear Hesteva clear her throat and sits back a bit.
And Char like looks behind her, where I assume Hesteva is, like not in her line of sight.
She's at the table.
Oh,
now.
she's at the
yeah,
table.
She's at the table. Then perhaps you should have this conversation.
And I also still think it doesn't detail what if you have a boy? Are you on the hook for until you have a girl?
May I see the contract?
Chara passes it to Hesteva, just like slides it over.
She unfurls it, and she'll spend a minute reading it through. Second page. And she's very careful with her facial expressions. And she just
Chara blows the bubble wand.
Okay.
Fuck it. What is she thinking?
Yeah, you hear as as these bubbles randomly are starting to flow past at the breakfast table. You hear
Rowan starts to sweat, knowing what these are.
You hear her thoughts almost in answer to what you all are kind of discussing and such. When you mention, like, whether Parsoness knows his part in this, and you see her, kind of, her eyes get to the role, you do kind of, you hear the thought of, well, he signed it. He certainly knows the role. Captain's not an idiot. And then you also hear the thought of, one would hope Nicolacia has learned her lesson when it comes to abandoning children. Perhaps this time she'll make room for boys. And why the fuck are there bubbles at the breakfast table? As she kind of lifts her head a bit and looks around.
It's my Oh,
She doesn't say
whoops.
that out loud. She's just thinking that.
Well,
Oh,
Chara
you're
totally
doing
was
that.
Chara answered her out loud. Straight up starts to
Her eyes like
Answer.
laser towards you for a moment, and you see her reach forward with her fork, and she pops one of the bubbles. She rolls up the contract and hands it back to you.
It's a lot to take in, I know.
You're a full-grown adult. You can make your own decisions. As long as you're happy.
I'm gonna go ask for permission to open this little scroll.
All right.
Real quick, because I had dropped off on my stupid computer. So in response to me, you said, yeah, if I feel like something's potential bad could be going on.
Oh yeah, you guys should definitely be there in case something hops out of this scroll.
Okay. And then, you said Hester was actually sitting at where did she end up sitting?
Well, she was probably next to Chara, since Chara just kind of slid it towards her.
Yeah.
She either would have sat next to you or across from you.
So, like, if she were to look over at my face, she'd see a little bit of a cringe because of the fact that the bubbles were there, just like blatantly right in front of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As she goes back to eating, you just see the smallest of smirks on her face. As Chara gets up and... Where are you heading to?
Scurrying out of this room and towards... Oh, Hestava said where he was. He...
At the bridge. Yeah.
The bridge.
Like the navigation table, I assume.
Yeah.
She would look at a couple of places, but navigation table would be one of them.
Under the bed?
Nope, learned that lesson.
All right. So yeah, you head eventually making your way to the bridge where you see Philippe seated on the ground, leaned back against one of the helm consoles, plate in his lap, and he's just kind of eating, listening to Parsonus discuss next steps with Anise and Fennel, who you see they already have plates that are cleared off already off to the side.
Chara waits politely until he's finished having his conversation.
Oh, I mean, the second he sees you, he kind of finishes the sentence and... Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to be heading off here in a minute.
Excellent.
You doing all right? Everything good? Breakfast good?
Breakfast was delicious.
Sorry.
What's her face? Oh my gosh. No, stop. Enough cooks a wonderful breakfast.
Always
Cooks wonderfully. Anyway, so got the executed, she'll like wave the brass holder, got the executed contract back. All signed, sealed, delivered.
I see.
But it came with like this bonus scroll.
But kind of furrows his
Bonus
brow
scroll.
and reaches out for it.
And she'll hand it to him.
He looks at the little note on it. Kind of sniffs it a bit, hands it back to you. Interesting. You haven't opened it yet.
I'm going to open it. And she'll take it back.
Mhm.
I'm gonna open it downstairs in the training room,
Oh, right.
just in case something jumps out of it.
Okay. You think Nicolatia might have is going to send like a big monster after you just agreed to give her your children? Is that what you're fearing in the moment?
Well, last night when I sniffed some incense, I got transported to another dimension where there were monsters literally jumping out of portals. So I'm maybe a little on edge.
A little on edge, that's fair. More importantly, how are you feeling right now? I know you weren't sure with this whole contract business. And I know last night you seemed a little off.
Right.
Not a little, a lot.
Right. I'm feeling better today.
All right. Well, you'll let me know if you need anything. Or don't. You can just, you do what you want.
Char
I'm not here
would
to set rules for you, and
Char would just like reach up and like touch his face and just be like, I will let you know if I need something.
he looks slightly patronized, and yet also kind of wants to lean into the hand at the same time. But he just kind of nods. Okay. All right. I will get the... Yes. All right. I'm going to get breakfast here in a minute. Let me know if you need me. He kind of says a quick word to Nice and Fennel, and he will head... pick up their plates and then their empty plates and head back down to the kitchen or the dining area.
Char would message Nina and Rowan saying it's a go. And then go down to the training room. Her curiosity is back. So she's like, now she wants to know what's going to happen.
Nathan, where did you head?
I'll look at the observation deck, honestly.
Okay, so just up above. All right. So you do kind of see some of this going on below. Chara is heading down below. Anyone else joining her?
After she left, was Rowan and Hesteva, did they stay in the galley?
Yes. Well, Hesteva did.
Okay. Did Rowan stay?
How would you have left? Or
I'm not sure that I did. Yeah.
I feel like it happened quick enough that we're still there. Like, kind of just chit chat would be what my thought was.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page. Like,
Yeah.
Nina wasn't sitting here alone. Yeah.
So we just look at each other and it's like, I guess this is happening now.
Yeah. Man, that girl just doesn't wait around. I'm so impressed.
You see Parsoness stride in. Just kind of gives a nod to all of you. Strides right past.
I just kind of like give Hesteva and Rowan a look like, ooh. And I will get up and head to the training room.
Mm-hmm.
I'll like hesitate just 2 seconds behind her. And as I stand to turn, I just look over and I guess I'll make sure the training room doesn't get destroyed. It is needed.
Please do, Hesteba says as she lifts her tea and sips it.
Then I'll look over at Parsons for a sec, and then just follow.
Yeah, Parson is he disappeared into the kitchen. All right, so...
We needed something stronger than tea and coffee.
Yeah.
Okay. So, ladies are headed down below. You head to the lower storage area, wide open area. You kind of all wind up standing like in a triangular, and Char, you pull out that little piece of paper.
Yeah, I break the seal and put it on the floor like the instructions say.
What? Can we?
You break the seal.
What?
And
As far as
Chara.
breaking it. What?
Breaking the seal, you immediately, with your senses, you immediately smell a magic. And it smells like divination magic. And as you continue to unroll it, you see a unrolling the paper, you see on the face of the paper just a single intricately drawn symbol in this purple ink that has almost a shimmer to it. And as you lay it down on the ground face up, you all stand there for a minute. Nothing happens. You wait another minute, kind of starting to look at each other. And then you watch as a flash of light, and all of a sudden, the form of a creature shows up before you, teleporting, standing atop the paper. The symbol's magic on the paper now spent, the ink dull and flat. You see a smallish, about 4'6", strawberry blonde colored fur, tall, somewhat floppy ears, big dark eyes, a simple white dress with a almost burlap denim type overall dress, and an apron. And it is a Harangon as well, as you see this short form standing before you.
So cute.
And you see her eyes look between all of you for a moment before she steps up to you, Chara, reaches into the pouch of her apron and pulls out a note card and holds it up with both hands. And on it, written in common, you see, "My name is Rhubarb Briarglow. I am to serve as doula and handmaiden to Chara of the Senelius Wood. I do not speak common. And she holds it up to you.
What do you speak?
You hear her head tilt a bit, and she points at the sign again.
I try asking in Elvish.
She turns and holds the sign up to you as well.
I try asking in Sylvan.
You see her look towards you. I wasn't sure if you would know. Or would remember. I know you haven't been, well, Empress said you hadn't been back home in quite some time, so I didn't want to assume.
Well, some things you don't forget.
Well, as you probably read on my card, my name is Rhubarb Briarclow. Empress Bajiri has hired me, especially from the Feywild. I'm to serve as doula and handmaiden to you.
Well, Rhubarb is a really pretty name.
Oh, thank you. Most people just call me Ruby or Rue, whichever's easier.
I would die for her.
Okay, Ruby.
Is she another child?
What'd you say?
I was like, is she another child? Do we just collect another child?
No, this is a full-grown woman. She's a doula.
Yeah, no, she is a full-grown.
You never know when they're
Hair
starting.
gone.
You know, this whole empire, they may start them young.
So you're from the Feywilds.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm actually, specifically, I come from the Moonbrush Fields. It's a vast valley between the three kingdoms. I don't know how familiar you are with the Feywild.
I'm not. I just recently learned where I'm from.
Oh.
So,
I mean, I'd be happy to tell you all about home. I'm well educated in it.
well, I would like that a whole bunch. Let's get you settled.
Oh,
Okay.
she's like with us.
Yeah. I don't know if you speak Sylvan, but Chara would like.
No, I don't.
She
Great.
just hears, you kind of, Nina speaking, and her eyes just kind of blink and look over towards you.
Elven I know is like a subset of Sylvan, so I imagine I get like the equivalent of like, you speak Spanish, but I know French.
Yeah.
And I understand like a few words that are similar.
Probably here and there,
Like
yeah.
the romance
Right.
language type deal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Chara would like look up and like, so this is Ruby. Ruby is a doula and handmaiden for me
Got that
from the
sign.
Feywilds.
The
Yeah, got from the sign. Right.
She kind of gives a bow of her head to each of you.
And she lives here now.
Well,
Oh, you're just gonna.
I'm to follow, or are you saying that in common?
Yeah, I
you
say that
probably
in
are.
common.
So
Yeah, this
she
is gonna
doesn't
be
say in
hilarious.
response. Yeah.
What do you mean just living with us now? Like, you're just gonna just take her?
What do you mean take her? She was given to me. I didn't ask for
Yeah,
like,
there's a handmaiden that implies that she's with
Well,
you for
okay.
a longer period of time.
she was hired
Okay.
Oh,
Bye.
okay. Not
by
forced.
Nicolatia.
Okay.
Yeah, not forced. Hired. And then in Sylvan, I'll say you're being compensated for your time, I assume.
Oh, yes. Very well compensated. You will not be responsible for any of it. It is written into the contract that she is to protect you and take care of you. So, that's what I am here for.
I just exchange a look with Rowan while Ruby and Char are speaking together.
I hope you'll find my presence most pleasing. I know quite a few Feywild stories and songs and tales. And I have quite a bit of training in specifically birthing rites of Fey children.
That's excellent, Ruby. I'm really, really glad you're here. Yeah, we'll get you settled. And Chara will say in common, yeah, she's being compensated. She was not kidnapped.
Can I do an insight or a vibe check to that to try and read her body language? Also, kind of do a quick look over of like, does she have any wounds on her or markings around the wrists or ankles or?
Okay, so you're reading Ruby in particular, or Rhubarb?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Which one do you want me to do?
I mean, if you're looking specifically like for wounds or things like that, I would say medicine check. If you're looking for trying to gauge her standing and attitude and how she's standing there, I would say more vibe check.
Which one do I deem more important? I'll do the vibe check.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. She does not seem like she is someone that feels displaced. In fact, there is an energy about her that is very calming, despite being a child of the Childware, a child of the Feywild. She has a very calm presence about her. However, there's like a vibrating energy as well, where almost like underhanded excitement.
So happy to be like,
happy to serve.
Yeah.
Chara would one more question for now.
Oh, yes, mistress.
She sent you here. Do you need to be here right now, or like you just like hear all the like, aren't doulas like for like when the babies are
But I am also
or...
handmaiden.
Handmaiden, got it.
Part of a doula, though, as well, is I am also here to help you with the process of being more fertile and becoming pregnant. So I can help track your schedule and everything.
Let me roll real quick just to see.
This must be really fascinating for JD right now.
Tara whispers and goes, "My schedule?" Like,
she leans forward as you're like kind of whispering a bit, and she's like,
"Yeah, your ovulation."
What does that mean? Tara?
She like reaches up a hand and just kind of pats your arm.
You don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it.
Oh.
I have an excellent nose for things.
She kind of twitches her nose a bit.
I also have an excellent nose for things.
I bet you do. I have heard much about your kind.
As they continues to go back and forth, I think Nina just looks around. I think we don't need to be here anymore. This is...
I agree, but I'm doing one more vibe check now on Chara's reaction. Since we don't know.
Go for it.
11.
11. That's I mean, yeah.
Chara's eye is twitching a little. Just like...
You don't have to give much because that was not a very high roll compared to what you... Totally up to you, though. If you're
Her
hiding
eye
it...
twitches a little.
Yeah.
Just not really. Like, all right, cool. This is new. This is stuff. Let's get... And she claps her hand and in common says, let's get Ruby a room.
Awesome. I'm gonna go let everyone know that this was not a big deal, and they can proceed with their day, and there's not a demon or anything being summoned down here.
All right. Yeah. You head back upstairs. Ruby would happily follow you. She's got kind of a little rucksack on her back. And she follows you up. And as she follows you up, she just says,
I won't be needing too much of a room. I won't need my own room, at least. Just a corner is fine. As long as I have room for my little tent, I'll be just great.
Ruby, I'm really happy you're here. I think that you should have your own room.
If you insist. However, I swear I can be happy with just my little tent.
You can set up your tent in your room if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you. Will it be next to yours?
I will see what I can do.
That would be most beneficial. The closer I am to you, the better chances we have of making this happen.
Love it. Love every bit of this. Hey, stop barking.
all right. Yeah. So you guys get up top. Nina, you're the first to come back to the dining room.
Yeah, I think Nina, interested as she is in this for Chara and everything, I think she's also, again, still very antsy and nervous about making sure we get underway and get to Westbridge. So if there was any chance that, Parsoness was holding off just in case something went crazy, because he did leave the bridge and come down into the kitchen, she's going to find him to tell him to make sure we're going underway again.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, as Chara comes up, even with a bit of this warning, you see everyone's kind of like, Parsons is probably the only one that doesn't look slightly surprised. You see him with some coffee, a steaming coffee mug, and he's just kind of sipping at it, looking over the mug at this new arrival. He just kind of gives a small shake of his head, and you continue heading up. You see him push off at one point and start to follow you. Come on, I'll show you where the room is. And he would take you upstairs. And it's not a room that's going to be next to Parsoness's, but it's one of the rooms along the opposite side of the hallway. And yeah, Ruby gets set up. Unless any of you had anything specific, you guys would start to head off and make your way back to Westbridge. over the next couple days, I believe. It's probably from where you were at. It was only, I think, another day and a half or something to get home.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Because we were already halfway there when we stopped.
Yes. Yeah, so I think it was like a day and a half to 2 days from where you guys were able to. So yeah, Liam, you roaming about Westbridge, is there anything specific you wanted to do while you're waiting for the Manta Rose to return?
I guess my usual, honestly. Walking around, looking for magic items, maybe reading maybe a book on poisons so I can learn how to make poisons and stuff like that. I also noted that I've got some gems that I want to like turn into gold.
Oh, yeah, that is easily done. Anytime you have stuff like that you just want to direct, yeah, absolutely, just let me know. You can, if there's a gold price next to it, you can go ahead and assume with your involvement in Westbridge and such, it is fair trade.
Cool. Then I'm doing that. Those are in. Yeah, so just looking for magic items, books, things of that nature.
Okay.
If none of that really happens, then he'll probably just be practicing throwing his knives.
Well, let's do this. So we'll say at one point you head to Clicks and to check in, see if he's got any new items. Go ahead and roll a D100. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll a D10 first.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That is a 9.
Okay, and then go ahead and roll a D100.
When you say that, like the 10, 20, 30, 40, or like both?
So a percentage and a 10 die.
That is a 92.
92. Okay. Whoop. Helps if I write this down. Okay, so go ahead and do it 3 times for me.
The 100 and... I mean, just 100?
Yeah. D100.
So 92. That is a 9 straight. And 32.
Okay. So Click would pull out 3 items for you of things that has managed to come through with the caravans coming in and out from the recent Feast of the Moon. And the first thing that he pulls out is a +3 weapon that happens to come through. And in these type of cases on the magic item table, on plus any type of weapon, things or armor, it'll always be whatever you are looking for if you are wanting it. So if you were looking for like a dagger or a rapier, whatever, I'll let you decide on that kind of a thing. But he would pull out a +3 weapon, which would be very rare. I gotta find my other table. There it is. Okay. And then the second thing is number 32. Rod of Security. Also very rare. And he would tell you Oh yeah, you can just look that up. He would have like a very good description with it. And then the last thing would be a +2 armor. Actually, this one specifically is for scale mail, sorry.
Okay. Cool. How much is all that?
Altogether?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. So, very rare items can price anywhere from 5,000 gold to 50,000 gold. Let's see. That rod is probably going to be the most expensive. Yeah. Yeah, for that rod, what it can do, you're looking at about 30,000 gold pieces. For the +3 weapon, which type are you looking at?
It would be a dagger.
A dagger? You'd probably be looking at 8,000 gold pieces. No, actually, because it's Click, he would probably sell it to you straight at 5,000. And then the +3 scale mail. I'm sorry, the +2 scale mail. That you could probably get at probably about 7,000 gold pieces.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have money to buy any of them. It's a bit of a bummer.
Did you buy a bunch of stuff recently? I feel like you've been collecting and collecting.
I mean, I don't really have anything.
Okay.
You did buy a bunch of stuff in Waterdeep that I think eventually got, like the flying potions and all the things that he had to burn when he got possessed
that's
and
right.
stuff.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I only have like total in terms of like gold. I only have about 1,000 gold, 1,400.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
can't really buy anything. So I'll thank Click, ask him to if he can put the dagger and the rod on layaway. And if I get enough money, I'll come by and buy it. But I understand that he can't. He's running a business and he can't keep everything for me. So.
Oh, I'll for sure hold these out for you. Anything
Thanks.
for you and pal.
Thanks, Click. And Liam's gonna ruffle his head and give the toad a little scritch under his chin.
I also have normal things too, if you would like.
What sort of normal things do you have, Click?
All the normal things. What do you want?
And do you have poison?
Probably. Let me look.
See him start digging through his stash of stuff. Any type that you're looking for in particular?
I mean, any that I would be able to maybe rub on a weapon.
Okay. He does pull out a basic vial. sets it down.
This came through last night specifically.
And you see the vial looks, it's very brackish green looking. And there's like this kind of cork on it, and you notice there is almost like a slit in the middle. It is an oddly shaped kind of vial to where it looks like you can actually dip your dagger into it to coat it.
How much for this, Click?
Oh, that's not too bad. That's only gonna be like 50 gold?
Liam's gonna put 50 gold on the table. Pick up the vial. Thanks, Click. If you want, Hell should be free later if you want to come by and hang out with her.
Oh, thanks. I'm actually going to have dinner with Tristan tonight.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, be seeing you, Click.
Okay, good luck.
Liam's gonna go back out into town.
Okay. All right. And anything else that Liam is doing while waiting for the Manta Rose to arrive?
Antono's in town, right?
No, he was in Red Larch.
Okay. I was mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Then no. I got nothing else I want to do.
Okay. All right. So we'll say the Manta Rose shows up at Red Larch, touches down behind the mansion, and you all exit. Grateful to touch down on solid land once more. The continual vibration of the Manta Rose, when you set down on solid ground, you didn't even realize a bit of the relief that comes from the solidity of stepping on normal ground once more. And you all see the mansion before you. A moment later, you hear a door slam, and you just hear the sound of feet running, and you see Pell darting around the corner, and darting around the side. She sees all of you, specifically catches eye with you, Nathan, and just says, "Look how fast I can run now!" And continues running, and just runs around the house. And then as you all continue to kind of come out, gather your things, she makes a full circle around, as you all are starting to head inside. And yeah, she would kind of skid to a stop next to all of you and, "Hey, welcome back. That was a long trip."
It felt even longer.
That was
Liam?
really fun. Really fun. You all did that was so cool what you did with the monster and everything and the universe behind, and there was like that big void thing, and then we started jumping through the portals and everything. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait to be an adventurer.
Hell, you impress me more and more every time we meet.
Really?
That was some traumatic shit. And you are just so impressive that you were not scared.
Well, I mean, I was scared. But what are you going to do?
Never mind, Nina doesn't say anything. Is Liam home?
Oh, he went into town. He's going to be back in just a minute.
How's he been?
He's missing an eye.
Okay, so that wasn't
No.
some trick of the drugs. No.
No, every now and then
That's
it just
all right,
kinda
little one.
pulses up a bit.
God seemed kind enough to fit him with a spare, so he'll be all right. Nice work on the speed, by the way. And Nathan will kind of walk in.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys bring a spare eye?
She asked Nina.
No, I think he just means that he has 2.
Oh. Yeah, but then you can't see this half.
She like closes one of her eyes and like starts pulls out her own dagger and like swings over on one side.
It also gets even harder when you're trying to hit things further away. But
Maybe
I'm
I'll
glad
find
to
him a
hear.
magic eye.
She starts skipping forward into the house.
Welcome home.
Yeah. Chara, do you want to get Ruby set up here? I mean, find her a place, room here as well, right? Let Gulliver know.
Yeah. Yeah. She will likely just need to be close.
You have like a shadow going forward, huh? How's that gonna work with us, like, going to dangerous places? Is she just gonna stay behind on the ship?
I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I assume she'll stay on the ship. Because that's, like, the safest place. Maybe she has, like, secret powers that we don't know about. And, like, can hold her own.
I mean, she's from the Feywild, right? Like, most Fey creatures do have some sort of Fey magic. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be good, considering we know Fraser's shown up on the ship once already. So, just... Anyway, yeah, let's keep going in. Nina would follow after Nathan.
You all head into the mansion. Probably a good, hour later as all of you are settling in and such. Liam, you would return home. Pell almost meets you on the pathway back. Kind of excitedly skids to a stop next to you. They're back! They're back! They're back. Come on! And she grabs your hand and starts tugging.
Liam picks up the pace, gets beside her, lifts her up, and puts her on his shoulder and say, "Well, I guess we got to get back then, don't we?"
She expertly curls her legs back and around to grasp on, and is able to have her hands up and balance, trying to balance appropriately and everything. And you get back to the mansion, duck down enough to allow Pal not to bash her head on the door frame, and she would lean back and slam it closed. You continue in, and as the door slams close, Pell would just cup her hands around her mouth. All hail the return of Liam! He has come home! And she kind of rests her hands on the top of your head, Liam, and just leans down.
Liam's gonna, with her on his head, shoot his eyes up and say, "Thank you, pal."
Aye.
Yeah. I.
Aye.
She kind of drops her arms, almost just resting them kind of around your neck a bit, and rests her chin on your top of your head.
It's gonna be all right. We're gonna take care of you. Get you all fixed up, all right?
Just, stop hitting my wounds.
Well, sorry. Yeah.
Liam's just
It
gonna
was like
chuckle.
that one time. It was just an accident.
Liam's just gonna chuckle and say, "I'm just messing with you. Come on."
So did we all hear Pell announcing it? For real?
100%. She was doing it in the middle of the,
The big foyer.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Big, amphitheater room. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Nina would head downstairs.
Yeah, Chara would head downstairs too.
I think Nathan would be in the room just as far back in the corner, waiting.
Well, all together again.
Rhubarb also follows you down, Chara.
Quick introductions, I suppose. Liam, this
That'd
is
be nice.
Ruby.
Who's that?
Oh, you would have gotten it on the ship. You would have gotten
Yeah.
the introduction.
Introduction, and then also Nina spilling the tea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also because it did take us a day to get back. Ruby wasn't just hiding on the ship. She got introduced to the whole crew in that time.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
And just to retroact, when Philippe saw her for the first time,
Yeah, I
he
was
has
waiting for that.
been awkwardly nervous ever since then.
But
Just
what about his potion girl?
Yeah, Malou.
look. You can ask
This is
him.
gonna be like a rabbit joke, isn't it?
You can ask him.
Rabbit joke.
Oh my gosh. She's a rabbit. I just got it.
Hilarious.
Okay. This is Ruby. Ruby is my handmaiden.
Ruby, who is very adept at watching, and especially now that she is serving you, she's become very adept at watching you and your interactions. And as she watches how you kind of are speaking to others and gesturing to her, she looks over to you, Liam, and gives a bow of her head.
She only speaks Sylvan, though, so any questions you have or whatnot should be directed probably through Chara, or I'm guessing Philippe also speaks Sylvan. Would we have known? Would we have realized he did he try to have a conversation with her at all on the ship?
Parsoness?
No, Philippe.
No.
Philippe?
Would I know if he speaks Sylvan?
Philippe was not able to say anything.
Okay, never mind. Then I didn't say that. So yeah, Chara can speak with her. They communicate well, but
You still have that helm of comprehend languages?
Liam puts it on and casts comprehend languages. Hi.
Yep.
It's
that
nice to
wasn't
meet
part
ya.
of the stuff that got left in the temple.
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
As you say that, her eyes turn to look at you, big and dark, and she just kind of crosses her hands in front of her apron.
It is wonderful to meet you as well.
Have they been treating you well?
You can't speak it though. You can only understand it. So it's
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, my bad.
it's not tongues. Yeah.
So you say that, and she just kind of looks at you and looks up at you, Chara.
Chara would translate.
Okay. So then she would say that, and you would say that back, and
Oh, they treat me very well. Though they are not here to serve me, I am here to serve Miss Chara.
Well, all right. And Liam takes off the helm of comprehend languages. So, how y'all been?
Oh no, we're not starting with us. You're the one who ran off with the shard. I think you're the one who needs to start unpacking. And she points to his eye patch.
Ran off is a bit of an oversimplification.
Fair statement.
I guess. It's a lot. I'm an eye short. Yeah.
Well, why don't you start at the beginning then?
Yeah.
Like, you got taken over, obviously.
So
Why
Liam's
don't
just
you
gonna.
just tell us how that went?
Well, didn't go well. From where I landed, I ended up meeting a gargoyle type demon. His name is Phasure Blue. Apparently, he's got beef with us, Nina.
This is the thing we've been chasing for months, Liam.
No, I got that. I got that when he made
Okay.
very clear that I had to do things for him and sent me on a mission. Yeah. So I've met him. Pretty ugly bastard. Not the nicest person. Apparently, getting rid of Groat put us in a not great bind with him, and I had to go do a deal to get him off our backs. In the course of doing this deal, I lost an eye in what I think was not a very fair trade.
What do you mean you had to do a deal?
We took something from him. He required that I rectify that for him, and so I did.
So be detailed, Liam. What did you do?
I went to. Wow, it was a weird, like, swampy place.
It's where Flick's from. Rowan saw you there, or at least got the impression that that's where you were. Flickering Mountain.
Right. Well, in any case, went there. He required that I show a contract and have the people there fulfill the contract, which seems to be some sort of assistance for him. We set him back a bit, which is nice, but we are going to be probably gonna have to deal with that at some point. I'm looking over my notes. Side note. Yeah, no. Then came back, investigated one of the cult, tried to infiltrate, got my ass beat, lost my armor, and now I've been here for the past couple days. Bing, bang, boom. Liam says, just kind of then sitting down. So, now we know. So again, how y'all been?
Who were the people you had to go make a deal with? Kind of glossing over that.
Not sure what they were. Just, oh, no, I know what they were. It was Groat's sisters.
So let me get this straight. We get rid of a hag, and while being possessed, which I understand was not your fault, you were compelled into going to make another deal with the new hag?
Liam is gonna scratch his eye patch. I wasn't necessarily compelled or under a spell at that point. I was forced to. Not, well,
Was it a life or death situation for you, Liam?
It was I was captured. I was told to do something. Told that we were on the hook for something. Thought I could get my way out of it. I couldn't. And here we are.
If it was life or death, I understand you needed to survive. I get
The
that.
deal
You
was
just have to tell us.
I made a deal for information. They gave me nothing, and they took my eye.
I think Nina just sighs heavily and sits down and pulls like the bottle of wine that's in the middle of the table from like Gulliver's dinner the night before over, like pours herself a big glass.
Mm-hmm.
Liam's also purposely just being very like, not matter of fact's not the way I want to say it, but he's just like, this is what happened. Like, can't change it. Here's what happened. Why get upset about it now?
That's not what he's saying verbatim. That's just what you're doing to describe how he's saying it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No,
Okay,
that's not. He's not like flat out saying it, but that's like the vibe he's giving. Like,
Okay, okay, totally. I didn't want to respond verbally if he wasn't actually saying those words.
Yeah. No, he's just accepted like what happened.
Okay.
At this
Okay.
point.
Yeah. Very matter of factly. Okay. Because I was gonna say otherwise, them some fighting words, man. No, totally. I think she just looks very tired, and sad, but I don't think she says anything.
Were you able to get the socket cleaned out? Like, is it in pain?
It hurts sometimes, but it was cleaned. It's been treated. I've been here for a couple days, weeks at this point. I mean, do you want to look at it? I don't know if you guys want to see like an empty eye hole.
Oh, I think we've seen a lot worse than an empty eye hole, Liam.
Well,
Let
I'm
Rowan
not
check it
su-
out.
I'm not sure I want you guys seeing into my empty eye hole.
That's
Seems a bit
fair.
of a personal
Maybe
thing.
just Rowan can take a look at it, help to finish the healing process.
Why, are you afraid there's nothing behind it?
There's nothing in there now. They took the eye. And Liam's just gonna raise up the eye patch and show the empty socket. Like, it's gone.
How's it look?
Point proven.
I mean, it is.
I'll be specific. I'm looking to see if there's any like vein, like if there's any sort of poisoning or anything on top of just.
There's, yeah, nothing like that. You don't see like any dark veins. You don't see any kind of like necrosis. It is definitely still healing. Like it's still a fairly recent wound. There is still some bruising. There is still some, every now and then, a little bit of weeping as the scar tissue near the back continues to kind of grow over.
Hey, you could get a pretty cool replacement eye.
Liam's
Pell
gonna
said
pull.
Go ahead.
Liam just pulls down the eye patch. I'm good.
Well, Pell says she's gonna get you a magical one, so
Pell has a good heart.
I wonder where she got that from.
Do you want me to see if I can maybe heal it a little more?
No, we're fine. I'm fine. Thing, more important thing that I should mention is, and he's gonna look at Nina. We're corrupted in some way. Using
What?
using that sigil to get rid of Groat. Apparently, it opened us up to a corruption that we can't get rid of, according to Phasor. So, take it from the source, but that's that.
That might explain why we were the two that were targeted with the possession.
Anything happen after he says a name?
Hold on, looking back at my notes.
I also think Nina, like, as Liam is saying that and explaining that, like, glances at Nathan out of the corner of her eye, like, you would see like a level of concern in her face.
What name did you say?
Fraser's.
No.
And I was gonna say, Nina, when you look back at Nathan, his hand hasn't left the hilt of death yet.
You said, Liam, I mean, corruption, that makes sense. I feel like we are always going to be tied to something. But you said you want to infiltrate the cults and they beat the hell out of you? Did I hear you correctly?
Liam's gonna lift up his shirt and just show the cuts and bruises across his body, parts of which are covered by the new tattoos. Yeah, they worked me over pretty well.
And Fraser wanted you to do this?
No, that I did. We needed information about the cults. I was there. Figured I'd try. Can't say it worked out. I'm down in Mariner's armor, but
Okay.
I did my best.
I would like to sniff in Liam's general direction
Mm-hmm.
to see if he smells off.
Liam is just going to point out, I have showered a few times now. Not sure what you're trying to get at.
I think the issue is, Liam, that you have been separated from us for well over a week, surrounded by various enemies. Last time we saw you, you were under the influence of somebody else. And I think everyone's just unsure of whether or not we can trust you. Rowan, that spell you did when we were in the tavern in Waterdeep, do you have that available to you today?
You're talking about the Zone of Truth?
Yeah, that one.
I don't have it today.
Okay.
Liam's going to pull down his shirt. One can argue that the same thing can be said about all of you. I haven't seen you in a week, and Nina, when we last saw each other, you also were an influence. I'm willing to trust you guys if you're willing to trust me.
I think it's more than just a trust thing. We're not trying to be us against you or anything, but please understand. Did I just see new tattoos?
Yep, that's something I did when I got here. He just looks at his arm. Felt like it was something I needed to do.
So please just understand, it's missing eye, new tattoos.
A lack of communication? How many times did I reach out to him while we were gone trying to touch base and he didn't communicate? I think Nina is incredibly hurt by you just turning the narrative back on her when she has been trying to get back to you. And I know you don't know that. I know Liam doesn't know that. But this is just her being very hurt in this moment. Liam, we tried everything to get you back, and you just stopped talking to us. You distanced yourself once again in the middle of enemy territory. How can we trust you if you don't trust us? How... You keep making decisions like we're not in this together. Yes, I was possessed the last time you saw me. And yet I let my friends embrace me and keep me here.
You don't even sound like yourself.
I mean,
Liam's
you sound traumatized, Liam, and we want to talk through that. I don't want you to have to go through that alone.
Liam's just going to get up and say, look, it's been a long day for, I think, all of us. and you guys just got back. I understand that you guys have some concerns. We have time. Let's
No,
just take
we
the night.
don't. We don't have time. The cults are mobilizing. Fraser's organizing. We are one step behind every corner. We don't have time. We, and she kind of like circles to everyone in the room, need to get our shit together. I trust you, Liam. I trust that you responded when you could because that was when you were ready to. And I trusted and let you go, and I didn't come after you, even though I could have. But you have not offered us the same. And I just don't know why you won't let us love you. And she pours herself more wine. Please don't walk out of this room. You don't have to talk about it right now if you don't want to. But just don't walk out of this room. You asked us how we were. Let's tell him.
Liam's just gonna pause and say, look, I know you guys probably aren't gonna be receptive to this, but can I have the room with Nina?
She kind of like nods, accepting and encouraging everyone to let that happen.
All right.
Is everyone else filing out, or?
I'm gonna stand up and turn to leave, and like trying to almost say something like, "Why would I not be receptive?" I'm like, "Your siblings, your family," like, but doesn't say it, and then just walks out.
Chara would walk out.
The last person to exit would be Pell, who's kind of been sitting off in the corner. Just kind of sitting on a comfortable chair, swinging her legs back and forth, just listening. And at that, she kind of pushes off, jumps to the ground, and
Liam's gonna not yell, shout, but like loudly to say to Pell, and no stalking about.
She gets to the doorway, turns back to you in a sweep, and bows. And then would exit and slam the door behind her.
I think Nina starts pouring you a glass of wine and sets it.
Liam's gonna walk up, take the bottle, and drink out of it, and sit in a chair across from Nina. So we're doing this now, huh?
I just didn't want you to walk away again.
Look, I know I've had a lot of time to think, and I know I haven't been fair to you. For the last 10 years of my life, I've been trying to make up for not being able to do what I could that day to keep all of you safe. Everything I've done has been to try to find the four of you. Everything. The killings, the stealings, the putting more evil into the world than there was, just because it would let me go another day, another chance to find you all. And then there you were. You're back. And I so badly wanted all those things I did to matter. Because I found you again. And we would just need to find, the three youngers, and we can go back to life being the way it was. But you're not you. You had a whole other life, quite literally, a whole other life. And those three are dead. So everything I did, everything, was pointless. And trying to fit you to being who you were, that wasn't fair. That wasn't right. I get it. Look, I'm not going to push you to be someone you're not. I get it. Zelfina's dead. So are my siblings. So are the triplets. And the kid I was isn't me anymore. So yeah, maybe I'm a little cavalier about what happened to me. Because none of it matters. We've got some stuff we gotta do. These cults, Phasor seems to want something to do with the two of us still. He didn't go into any detail about it. But that's it. I mean, let's be real here. I don't fit in with you guys. We'll take down the cults, we'll deal with the Phasor thing, and then we can split. You've got your whole new life with Nathan, and I just want quiet. Liam's gonna get up with the bottle. He's like, I really did miss you, Zell. And he's about to go for a hug, but he's gonna stop himself, say, but I know she's gone. And I'll catch you later, Nina. He's gonna put the bottle down and just, I guess, start to walk past, like, because he doesn't have anything else to say. He's not exactly leaving the room, but he's, I guess, walking away and seeing if there's anything you want to say.
Above table, I need to know how Marco is feeling about Liam's involvement in things, because this is some heavy shit, and this feels like a moment where Liam is actually walking away from the group, like, mentally, and that can change a lot of things dynamic-wise at a table. So I just, like, above table, want to check in really quick, and how you're feeling, what's the goal here? What do you want to have happen? Because I want to make sure that happens, but I don't want to set things in a different direction.
I want you to react in a way that Nina would honestly react to all of that.
That is not what collaborative TTRPGs are always about, though. This is a story we're telling together, and I feel like you have not always gotten what you wanted for Liam. So I have the story I want for Nina, and I have leaned into that, and that's great. But I want to be able to give you something in this moment, and I will react in accordance with what the table kind of wants and where they want to steer this direction. But I want to know, what is your goal? Because I just feel like what I'm picking up on is that Liam doesn't feel like he's a part of us, and that he wants to separate, and he's only sticking with it because this is a world-ending thing. But that's not going to lead to a very good team working ability. So, is the goal to try to repair that team working ability and kind of change Liam's mentality? Or do you really want this to be more of like a Liam finds his own role path within this while the rest of us are kind of working on a team thing? Or is it something else entirely? And this is just my perspective, so I just want to talk through it.
It'll
let's
help
make
me
a-
know too as well.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
how to plan moving
Yeah.
forward.
Because I so want you to have fun and I want you to get the story you want for Liam. So just please help guide me a little bit here so that I'm not making you more frustrated or anything, or like Liam more frustrated or anything else.
I really don't have an answer. I'm just honestly, Liam just doesn't feel like he fits in,
Okay.
and he's not angry about it. Like, he's used to being on his own. He's used to being cast away. So he wanted his family back. He got one of them, but everyone's dead. He just feels directionless.
Okay. But again, I'm
Yeah.
not necessarily asking about Liam. I'm asking, as a player, Marco, what direction do you want to take Liam in?
I do not have an answer.
Okay. Okay.
And that's okay.
Yep.
Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break?
Cool. I really have to
And
pee anyway.
I know.
don't
I know. I
respond to this without-
gotta refill. We'll take a quick 10-minute
Okay.
break, and then we will.
We can come
return
back to
here.
Nina reacting to all of that. Because I
Yeah.
think she would stop you and say something, but I wanted to clear or get on the same page. So
Yeah.
cool.
Sweet. Okay. back. Okay. So leading off basically, okay.
Yeah, Liam has just kind of like is heading out and is giving me a moment to react. And I think, are you walking close enough that if I like reached out to grab your arm, I could, or are you far enough distance away?
I am walking right by your chair.
Okay, that's right, because you were gonna lean in and give me a hug. So I think she does. She reaches out and kind of like grabs your arm, and it's not like in an aggressive. It's not a rough grab. It's just kind of like a please wait sort of vibe, and I think she says, "I am sorry it took us this long to give you a chance to say all of that. I mean, a lot of it makes me sad because I know that there's some truth in it. I don't think that you're at fault for I don't know how to even go about this, but I just know that I want to. I don't want you to walk out that door. I don't want you to not feel like part of this group, Liam. But there is a difference between living in the past and wanting a future with somebody. And if that's not something if you want quiet, if you want a life that is separate from everything you did, I get that. And I support you in that. Like, please, I want you to be happy. I see the way you light up when Pel's around, and I can tell that you would have made a phenomenal older brother. And I know that you were to the triplets when we had them. So if that's what you want, you should go for it. And that's not to say I don't think you don't have a place here, because you are so strong and resilient. I mean, you gave us the cut and dry version of what must have happened to you. And you're here. You're alive. Yes, one eye down, but you survived it, and I don't think many people could have. So I think that there's a role for you, and I do agree that maybe Fraser is forcing you into that role a little bit, but if you want to be here, but if you want quiet, Liam, then you should go find quiet, because it's only going to get worse. And if you're not here 100% for that, then someone's going to end up dead again. It could be me. It could be you. Rowan, Chara, Nathan, Pell, Parsness, any one of them. And I let go of your arm.
Liam's just going to stand there for a second and turn over and say, listen, we're not going to get an answer now. We're not going to have any sort of real revelation. At least we said these things. Let's just see where things go.
Yeah, I think she doesn't respond necessarily. Like, you can kind of see it in her shoulders that there's just like a sad resignation to that idea of just letting it go, because she's not someone who lets things go, but she's trying to for your sake right now. And she'll just sit there and drink.
What does Liam do?
He's going to open the door back up, then go back to the seat across from from Nina. Basically saying, conversation over.
Come back inside, right? Like you opened it for everyone else to filter back in.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Anyone that wants to file back in, unless everyone's kind of moved on, totally up to you.
Nathan comes back in with 2 plates. One with garlic bread, one with cheesy garlic bread. But one puts the cheesy in front of Nina.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan gone.
Okay.
Liam's gonna take the Did I say I put down the bottle, or did I did I not?
You said you put it down.
Okay, so I don't have the bottle in my hand.
I mean, there's
So
plenty of bottles in this.
Liam's just gonna pick another bottle and say, "So how's this been working out?" And he use the bottleneck to point to the 2 of them.
What do you mean?
How has this been working out? The 2 of you, this thing you guys got. And he takes a swig.
This friendship, this partnership, this.
Liam's just gonna look at you with a, are you serious right now? And just say this.
I think
this
she
drug
looks
man-
back at you. I think she looks back at you like a. That's none of your business.
Liam's just gonna take a deep sip. All right.
What happened in the memory definitely unlocked some knowledge, I think. But things have been, and Nina does kind of look over at Nathan. I think we're on the same page.
We are.
That's all that matters to me.
All right. Well, takes a sip. Many happy
Don't
Many
finish that.
tomorrows to both of you. He says as he takes another
Before
sip.
you can actually finish it, I think you'll actually take the bottle out of your hand.
You take the bottle, and he still says, "Many happy tomorrows."
You're only allowed to wish happy tomorrows if you're going to be there for them.
All right. Doesn't change the statement. Well, it's getting late. And Liam gets up, and he starts to look around
Are
to
we
see
sure
where.
about that? Out of character? Like, is it actually late, or is it like first thing in the morning? Like, where are we at here?
I mean, it's probably like mid-afternoon. It's probably like 3
I mean,
o'clock.
if I was out and I was at Click's shop, it's got to be late.
But it took us a day and a half to get back to you. So you were at Click's shop the
Ah.
night before, so we took the half-day travel time and are here in the afternoon. I get the confusion
Yeah.
because Click's is open at night, but it did take us a day and a half to get back.
Well, I just figured since like I was out and then I came back, so I thought it was all the same day.
Sorry,
Totally,
yeah, I was
totally,
assuming you were kind of roaming Westbridge in your time.
Liam's just gonna walk out and see where Pell is hiding because he knows that she's hiding somewhere, trying to listen in.
Did Chara come back into the room, Allie?
Chara is sitting on the other side of in the foyer, wherever, with Ruby locked in deep conversation.
Okay.
No idea what they're talking about, but they're talking about something.
I think when Liam leaves, assuming that it's just kind of like Nina and Nathan and they're now eating lunch, mostly Nina having a liquid lunch at this point. I think she just
Garlic
says
cheesy bread.
no. I know. I think she eats it, but it's more sips than bites. Like right.
Mhm.
He's He's kind of checked out. I mean, he knows that there is a world potentially ending thing that we have to solve, and he wants to figure that out, but I also don't know that his heart's in it. Our relationship strained a lot of things, and you can like see that she's like very sad about all of this, but you know her well enough to know that there's like a spark in her eyes that is also like Nina subduing some anger as well. So he said he wants quiet, and that once it's all over, he will go his own way. And I told him I'd support him in whatever he wanted. So, but I also told him that if he was going to be here, he needed to be here.
Everything you did was right. All of it. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not the fault of anything. So please don't put that on yourself.
I'm not. I kind of get the idea that he thinks I don't want a relationship with him, and that's not entirely true. I just didn't want him thinking it was going to go back to how it was. And I think he knows that none of us are what we were and that there's no going back. So I just don't think he sees a future with who I am now, and that's okay.
And I mean, in reality, that's on him. All of it.
I know.
He needs to make a decision on what he wants to do or what he's going to do moving forward. And he needs to make it wholeheartedly. Because you're right. If he's not here 100%, either A, that's going to get one of us killed, or him.
I told him that. So I'm hoping that a good night's rest, because that's what he wants, will maybe put that into perspective. But
judging by his recap of situations, I doubt it. And in reality, if he ain't gonna be here, I don't need somebody like that on the field fighting with us. Because I don't want to babysit somebody.
Nina goes really quiet for a second. And when she looks back up at you, that spark in her eye that was anger is like a look of understanding. Like that, like you hit the nail on the head with what she was feeling, that little bit of anger that she was trying to repress. Like that's that like older sister resentment, right? Like the constantly having to look after, being parentified sort of thing. Like when Nathan says that, she's just like, yeah. You said what I have been trying to deny for weeks.
I mean, for me, it's simple. In a sense, I guess nothing about me is simple, but nonetheless, when we're out there fighting for, hell, trying to save the entirety of a realm, apparently, I know we're all doing it for good reasons. I know we're all there because we want to stop what's going on. I have no problems protecting people for that. But I don't want to have to protect somebody that's just lackadaisical. I learned a new word.
Proud of you. I just think he's tired and scared, and I think we all are, but I don't know that he's learned how to process that, and I do think he would benefit from some quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, it's his choice. He knows the stakes.
I don't think he does. I personally do not think he does. I do not see the conviction of a man who understands that if this doesn't happen, everything dies. Whether that's we succeed or we fail, period. We succeed, we might save a lot, but things are going to go. I mean, that's just how war works. You can't save everything. And at the end of the day as well, if he's not there entirely and we lose, I don't care if he wants quiet or not, it's not going to get it. Something that kind of came back to me when we were in that last memory is just, you can't win in a fight if you lack conviction. And I know he doesn't have it. The Liam I know when I first met you guys never would have let me take that bottle.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even trying to move fast.
I agree. He's, like I said, he's traumatized. Everything keeps coming down on him, and I think he is being a punching bag. And I don't think he knows how to stop that now.
Agreed. But he's the one who's got to reach out for the help. Or go deal with it himself. And it sounds like he's making that choice. If he just wants quiet.
Mm-hmm. And I think she kind of like, her eyes catch a spot on the wall, like over your shoulder. And she just gets this kind of like far off look in her eyes for a second. And she thinks back to like when they were kids, and Liam was also always kind of running off, like, you know, playing in the woods and doing his chores and everything, but still wanting to kind of be on his own. Yeah. She kind of like snaps back to the present moment. Well.
So, where'd you go there? You weren't thinking of me naked, were you?
No. Not after that whole thing that Liam just tried to ask about. I was just thinking that all of my memories of Liam are of him wanting to be on his own. And he said something that it was unfair of him to try to continue treating me like he knew Zell. And I think it's time I stop treating him like someone he's not. So I'm not going to ask him to stay if he wants to go.
What would you like from me? In this moment?
A hug.
That I can do.
And she
He'll
just kind of like
hold
burrows.
out and like squeeze you tight.
Yeah. She just kind of like burrows, doesn't let go. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Always be on the same page. I'll live in your book.
You have no idea. All right, where did everybody else go?
Liam,
Is Pell nearby?
No. So
like within 10 feet. Damn it, that girl. I really want to call her out on that.
She she is Liam, as you exit the room kind of looking for her, you actually find her not too far away. She is seated close to Chara and Rhubarb, sitting crisscross. She's not really able to engage much, but she's just kind of, every now and then she'll just kind of, her head's just kind of doing a tennis match, like back and forth, listening to these two talk. And every now and then she just kind of reaches out and like toys with something in Rhubarb's hands, or like kind of reaches over at one point and just kind of pets her a bit, kind of feeling her fur and stuff. And you watch as Rhubarb kind of looks over and holds her arm out for her, and she just kind of engages quietly, just watching. It's not her first Herringon, but it's the first female one she's ever seen, and she's fascinated. Where do you go from there?
I think I'm just gonna stand here and watch it.
Okay. Rowan, where are you headed?
I wanted to go basically storm out to go see how the training was going with the soldier stuff.
You're storming out?
Huh?
You're storming out?
Yeah, when Liam had done his stance at the table and said, like, we're done, before asking to be alone, like, Rowan was ready to be like, you're not leaving this room as well, kind of like Nina did, so she's pretty upset about how that conversation went, and needs to do something.
All right. Yeah, you head and, you find there's not a training area so much as you just kind of roam about Westbridge, and you see here and there some guards that are posted, and now and then you'll just see one kind of walking, and as they're walking down the road they would kind of see you, catch your eye, and give a nod, and continue on. You do see a building that it's still in the process of being built, that looks to be the training yard. It looks to be an actual barracks type place, low key, not like a huge barracks. Most of these people, they come from their own homes. This is more kind of where they stay to train and stuff like that, to get their duties for the day. But yeah,
I'd walk up to the barracks, kind of see what all is there as far as the inventory. I'm assuming it's really old swords, nothing new.
It's so, with it being still in the process of being built, a lot of the weaponry and stuff you see are kind of off to the side. They're off beneath like a very hand built shed type thing, just like an overhang almost, with like a couple barrels, where you see some armor pieces in one of them and you see some weaponry in the other. You pull out one of the swords, it actually looks quite new. Pretty well made, and looking at it, you 100% see the stamp of Esme on there, and knowing kind of what you know about her involvement with the city and everything, you know that she has been helping supply them with the proper equipment.
Is there any recruits currently like sparring?
At the moment, sure, yeah, we'll say there's a couple in the yard.
So I'll kind of just watch what they're doing, and probably assume that I like catch some of the moves that Hesaba has been
I was going to say
teaching me.
100%. Like in watching, you watch as they're pretty. One seems to be a little bit more well versed, whereas the other one seems fairly new. And you see he's trying to help teach the newbie, so to speak. And you watch as he kind of gives him direction. No, you want to spread your feet a little bit further. I think she said more the front foot towards angle. Yeah, perfect. And you see him trying to like kind of give some direction and trying to go off of memory of what he had learned and everything like that. But you definitely see some of Hesteva's influence in some of the moves that they are practicing.
I'll just kind of smirk out what I'm seeing. Continue to walk around Westbridge, just looking at what all they had done to the town while we were gone.
Okay. Yeah. Town looks to be, it's, you notice they're starting to, obviously there's the new temple to Yala, which is flourishing. There are shrines throughout. Almost every home has some form of a miniature shrine. And man, Westbridge as a whole is flourishing. The vegetation, and it is essentially, what are we? We're in like basically December, or
Yeah, we're like, it was cold. There was snow in places. Yeah.
So like the fact that there is still vegetation growing, the trees are still flowering despite the chill. They have changed color. It is wild. It's almost disturbing in a sense of it's surreal to see this tree that has changed color into like autumn colors, but yet still producing fruit. And the flowers it's producing are slightly different colors than you're used to seeing in the summertime. Still the same flowers, but they just have taken on a slightly different hue in this colder weather. Yeah, it's, everyone is bundled up. Everyone seems to be, for the most part, quite pleasant. As they pass by you, you see a couple of guard shacks that are set up for guards to post at. And Westbridge has some new homes that are being built. It looks like some people that have passed through seem to want to settle in more. And yeah, it's growing.
I will eventually make my way to Esme's.
Esme? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's late afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else? So as Rowan heads to Esme's, let's see. Chara, are you doing anything in particular for the rest of the evening? Afternoon and evening?
I feel like Chara has been avoiding Parsness a little bit. Like, not avoiding him, but like surface level on a lot of things. And maybe being in Westbridge makes her want to not be surface level. And maybe find him and see what he's up to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So in Westbridge, most of the crew have been given kind of rooms and such, and they 100% take advantage of the opportunity to spread out away from the ship whenever they can. The Manta Rose is home, but this is like mini vacations whenever they can kind of step outside and stay somewhere else. And so you half expect to see him either roaming about Westbridge or about the mansion, taking opportunity in the pool, the baths. So you roam around quite a bit until you actually wind up finding him back at the Manta Rose. And as you head aboard the ship, you find him down at the, I would say probably at the observation deck. You see, as you come down the ladder along the plank, and you see far down the plank, there's the rooms on each side, and then the navigation table at the very end, where the observation deck kind of extends from. And you see his back, and he's just kind of leant over the navigation table. Maps spread out beneath.
Chara would like lean against the door frame and be like, "What are you up to?"
He startles, did not hear you coming whatsoever, and you notice as the maps go flying and you hear a weapon being drawn. It's not the first time you've had this happen. And immediately as he gets up towards you, he pulls back once more. Gods, Chara. Just really.
Maybe you should put a bell on me.
That
Or a ring.
might. Megan wants to react to that, but Parsonus just like resheathes the sword. Yeah, that I might consider that actually.
Yeah, because I didn't mean to scare you
Sorry.
that time.
I don't know where my head's been. And he kind of turns and leans back against the navigation table and kind of leans back, crosses his arms. So, hello, what's up? How are you doing?
I'm great.
Really?
No. I mean, yes. Like, things are great. If that makes... yeah.
You see his arms uncross at this point, and he takes a more relaxed stance as he kind of comes forward and just doesn't grasp you or anything. He just kind of holds an arm out behind you and gestures towards one of the sides of the observation deck. Have a seat.
Yeah. Chara would, like, flop down her normal way, you know, just like making yourself very comfortable.
He would sit down probably across from you and just kind of lean forward, though. All right, so Spill, what's been going on?
Okay. So the doula thing is a little weird.
It is. I know.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I didn't. Seeing it now, yes, obviously it makes sense. She would want to do everything she can to procure it faster, and then also to protect it.
Yeah. Yeah. And so the Feast of the Moon, when we were thrust into memories and
Right.
all of that fun stuff, I watched as a child was taken away from their parent, their family, and handed off to strangers, and the trauma and the terrible things that followed that. And it wigged me out real bad. And I'm not saying that I am not going through with what I said I would go through with, but I am saying that it really freaked me out.
That's okay. It's it's no small task. What's being asked of you? I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised you wanted to move forward with it. And please know I don't think any less of you for it.
I really want, and it's the same reason why I'm doing what I'm doing and I'm fighting for what I'm fighting for. It's just I want a future where there are, you know, little Charsonuses running around and I want a future. Yeah.
Well, we're not going to call them. Well, I suppose it's your choice what you want to call them.
That's just what I've been saying in my head. But I want that world, and I want to fight for it, and I want my children to know what power is, and I want them to know what security is, and all of these things, and it is all of those things.
You see him kind of look down at his hands for a moment before he kind of leans forward a bit more and kind of rests his hands on yours. Your children will know power and security the second they realize who their mother is. You can give that to them simply by being who you are. If you want to give them an empire on top of that, there's nothing wrong with that. Who wouldn't want an empire at their hands?
I mean, the Empire is a nice, cherry on top kind of thing. I would be lying if I said it wasn't. But my mother didn't give me security or power. I've found that for myself. Your mother didn't give you security or power. You found that for yourself. And so I don't think it's fair to say that that's the case. And as much as I want it to be the case. But more importantly, we're going to back up 3 steps. We can come back to that one if we need to. We're going to back up 3 steps because you keep saying your children.
This is where I speak. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you read the contract, yes?
Yes.
I waive all rights. Essentially. The Vajuri Empire is a matriarch.
I would be, I guess, silly for thinking there was something like a paternal consort. I
mean, it is written that I can still be involved to a degree. Honestly, that's the only reason I agree to it at all. But as much as my children, you're the one birthing them, and I guess I assumed, should you have a boy or, more, I would be able to have more involvement. What is your hang up on it? Are you upset with me?
No. I'm not upset with you. I guess I just have a very fresh perspective on what absent parents look like for somebody's life. And like I said, it's freaking me out. I think the freshness of the perspective is there. And it's just bringing up some old feelings of this. And if something happens to me, especially with the whole saving the world business, you have to promise to be there.
I promise. I will be as involved as you let me.
And I want you to be as involved as you want to be.
I want to be involved. 100%.
Well, that was easy.
That was easy. So, all that worry?
Huh. It's as if communicating helps make that go away or something.
Wonderful.
Oh, if only.
Great. You bored?
Are you bored?
Kind of.
I have an idea.
That's how babies.
You just
Have
peek
you-
around the corner and you just see like a little ear, a furry ear, just kind of peeked around the corner at the end where the hallway is, and a little dark eye, and it twitches and then scurries back.
Have you seen the pool?
Oh, I've got. Indeed, I have. And he holds a hand out towards you.
Aw. And Char will take his hand. And...
He would lead you over to the pool.
Perfect.
All right. Anyone else have anything else they would like to do in the evening?
I'm going to the Esme's.
Oh, that's right. Yep, that's right. So heading into Esme's. Where is it? Here it is. Westbridge. Because I never remember. Hammer and Nail. Nope. Sorry, that's Triskin's.
The Clang's
The
Call.
Clang's Call. Thank you. Yeah, you head into the Clang's Call, and it is starting to get late. You see Esme actually kind of starting to clear out, shut down the forge and everything. And she looks over towards seeing you walk in. Well, welcome back.
Can I take a moment of your time?
Of course. She... Have a seat for a second. Let me get this shut down. And she gets the forge shut down, pushes up her sleeves, walks over to a bucket of water and just kind of washes off her face, washes her arms off, grabs a towel, starts drying off. She comes over. Oh,
You've been busy.
you noticed. How you like that new weaponry, huh?
I can tell it's only made of the best quality.
Ah, you pander to me.
No, your workmanship is fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Hopefully it'll keep Westbridge safe.
Well, I'm hoping that I can maybe add to that. Or like reach down and I have this old breastplate. I don't need it anymore.
Reach out and take it and look at it, kind of look it over, check the latches and everything, knock on it, listen to it.
Maybe you can use it for armor or melt it down to make more swords. Whatever you need to do with it, but
I mean, it's good armor.
it's been good. I did end up getting a little bit of an upgrade. I'm gonna smirk a little bit and knock on the chest.
That's some mighty pretty armor. Where did you get it?
It was a gift.
Do you mind? She kind of walks up and starts checking things, checks the tightness, the fastens, knocks on it, checks the smoothness of it, the glass casings around like the pauldrons and such, and kind of takes a step back. The other armor still hanging in one hand. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that were champion armor there.
You just throw it out the word, or do you actually know?
I mean, I've had seen plenty of clerics coming through here. I may have lived here most of my life, but I started out in Waterdeep. I've seen plenty of clerics there. Plenty of paladins and champions of gods.
I'm just hoping that I can live up to it.
Well, and she lifts the armor. How much are you wanting for it?
You know, originally I was going to try and sell it, but I don't need money for that. I'd rather know that it's being put to good use to protect these people.
Well, as much as I appreciate that, we don't do things for free here, so... And she'll walk over and... What was your armor before?
A breastplate.
Just a breastplate? Okay. Whatever the cost is for breastplate, she would produce for you.
Seriously, you can use that to buy more materials and...
I could. But what need would I have for more materials when I have a breastplate here? Perfectly good shape. I'm going to resell this. I mean, I'll be getting money from it.
Then I promise I'll use this for something good as well.
Or just spend it on yourself. God, clerics, you're so serious all the time. Have a night out, you know?
Just for you, maybe I'll try to do that.
Alright.
Thank you. I do appreciate it.
I thank you. All I have to do is do a little bit of embossing on this and I can sell it for like double the price. It's really an upsell.
Do you need any help tomorrow? With the forge or anything?
I mean, if you're bored, you can always feel free to come by.
I wouldn't mind being able to help a little bit. We've been gone for so long. That's if I have time. I don't know what all is going on with the group, but
Good.
if we're sticking around, I'll make sure to stop by.
You know where we are. She picks up her hammer and just clangs it on the thing one last time, lets it bounce up, swings it, and then sets it on a, in like a holder.
Well, I won't keep you much longer. I know it's been probably a long day.
Hey, well, I will maybe or maybe not see you tomorrow then. Either way, may your path be straight.
Have a good night.
Good night.
I'm going to start walking towards the door and be like, oh, just...
Or as queer as you want it to be. Not just...
My mind was there the whole... I can go gay forward.
Oh man, you guys, it's not
That
like
was
Megan
totally
meant
not you
with that.
calling you out. No,
That
no, I
is
just thought it
so
was hilarious.
Funny. That is so funny.
Right when I'm like heading for the door, I'm going to turn around. I'm like, oh, just one thing though. The tips may need to be a little bit sharper. And I have a big smirk of sarcasm on my face.
Fuck off on out of here. And she like follows you out and you hear the door close and she like locks slides the lock in place.
I kind of laugh a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Take a deep breath of the nice crisp air that's here. And like, guess I'm gonna head back to the manor now. To whatever chaos I find.
You head back. Unless anyone had anything else they wanted to do, we'll say you all get another long rest for the evening. Yeah, you wake up the next day and breakfast is had. Enoff takes a break, but she's not cooking. However, she is giving orders to the kitchen and ordering for everyone, making sure it's set out just perfect. And Gulliver is there, Pella's there, the crew are there. Yeah.
Do we see Liam throughout the rest of the evening, or does he kind of find his way into his own quarters, or is he off with Pell? I think that was where he was going to start. Like, is he around for any more? Do we?
Yeah, he's not hiding. He's just hanging out. He's just
okay.
He's around.
Yeah.
Okay. So come morning, it's not like he avoided us or anything. It was okay.
Oh.
I think Nina kind of, as she normally does, once everyone is gathered, kind of goes, well, I hope you all got a good night's sleep, because the plan that we started to talk about... Well, actually, let me backtrack. Liam, you asked us how we were yesterday. We never told you, but we were at Hellgate Keep, where the last orb was seen, and basically learned that one of the 3 wizards who tried to use it to stop the demon invasion there got thrown miles away, and I'm convinced it's Renwick. So we would like to go see if Renwick knows anything about the orb. Are you interested in coming along with us?
Liam gets up and says, "Lead the way, Nina."
Well, breakfast first. So
I also want to make a point. He's purposely using the word Nina when referring to you.
Sure.
That's like an active choice.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's have breakfast. I think we all need our strength. Chara informed us that the last time we visited him, he may have taken a chunk of our life force. A couple years, maybe, more or less.
You see Parsonus like kind of choke on some food for a bit. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
He looks at you, Chara.
Yeah, it was only like a little bit.
Well,
If
that
I
depends.
remember
Is
your
it a
guys'
percentage?
explanation, it might have been a percentage of a specific lifetime.
Liam takes a look and just... I want to believe he's got some sort of food, like popcorn or something. He just puts it in his mouth and watches.
We've got breakfast.
Yeah, you got a full spread of food.
He just pops a potato in his mouth and watches.
It was.
I think what partially scares me is if it was a percentage of infinity is still infinity, and I'm terrified of that fact.
But didn't we confirm that, like, you are reincarnated, not necessarily, like, you have stop and end points of a lifetime, This is all questions for him. See, I'm so glad we're having this conversation.
You're
Liam picks up another potato.
reincarnated.
Math.
Parsonage grows more concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, I've
Yes,
been here
honey?
for almost 30 years and I've never aged. So, I don't know.
Reincarnated from what?
Dying.
Himself.
Right.
No, just
You're being purposefully vague, and
A little bit. Apparently, to become East Guardian, you have to die in battle in your previous life.
interesting.
and then you get to do it over and over again.
I have no idea how long I even live.
Sounds like that
Good
sucks.
question.
Liam
Hey,
says,
I
picking
also
up a
don't know how
potato.
long I live.
You hear Corbett down at the end of the table, like scooping eggs, and he's like, "Do any of us know?"
I'm 25 if anyone's curious. Liam says.
I think Nina smiles at you, like it's like a quirky, like, oh my god, did you just share something about yourself unprompted? Like, she doesn't say that, right? That's just the look that you get, the little half smile.
Wait, Rowan's older than you? That's interesting.
Pops another potato in his
I'm
mouth.
older than Parson is.
He took, like, mimosa in hand, he's like, "Was that necessary?" Like, the expression he gives you is like, "Was that necessary?"
I thought we were sharing.
We're just trying to determine who the youngest person at the table is, that's all.
It's Pell.
That's fair.
Pell slams her drink down and says, "I take offense to this. Strongly.
Yeah. And what offense are you taking, little one?
What if I am reincarnated?"
Liam takes a spoonful of like scrambled eggs and just flicks it at Pell.
Let me see if she can dodge. Oh, yeah. She dodges out of the way of that.
Liam sticks his tongue out at her.
And
I
what do
mean, you
mean?
could be reincarnated, but this is still technically a new life, so you're still the age you are.
And what do you mean it's weird and I'm older than Liam?
I didn't say it was weird. I just,
Yeah, you did.
you're older than Liam.
I mean, we kind of assumed you were the youngest, Rowan, because like you're like you've shared your age before, I guess.
I don't know. I've seen you as a baby, so I just assumed you were the baby of the group.
Or that.
Well, why we're all sharing, I guess. I mean, well, how old are you, Nina?
Okay, this is where Liza can never remember because I originally had a different age written down. So if Liam is canonically 25, Nina is 37, right? She's 12 years. No, 12 years is how long we've been apart. I'm going to need Marco to tell me how old Nina is. How old was your older sister? Oh, he'll be right back. We'll say she's got 5 years on him. That's an old enough gap for her to have an air of superiority, I think.
Oh, so we're gonna have to
she's
figure this
30.
out because you and I are the same. What if our characters are like us in real life? We're only like a week apart.
Well, you guys have celebrated Nina's birthday, so. And it wasn't actually that far off from the date that I chose for Nina's birthday, so.
Technically,
What?
I don't actually know how old I am. I was left on a dock by a
No,
babe.
you weren't. I mean, you were, but.
Yeah, I kind of was.
Yeah, but.
I didn't
she
leave
just-
you on the damn dock. Jesus. I gave you to Donovan. Like, where is that dot not connecting?
See, we all have these misconceived notions about our past and our skewed memories. And memory's a fickle thing.
Okay. All I know, memory-wise and age-wise, is that if I was to take everybody in this room and combine your ages, I'm older than all of you.
Yeah, so we're gonna go visit Renwick again.
Yeah.
Nina says something very quietly under her breath.
What is Nina
Anyone
saying
that
under her breath?
wants to try and hear it can make perception checks.
And that's a dirty 20 for my stealth.
Okay.
I'm not gonna roll.
Beats it on passive, but unless I need to roll for it.
I will,
which is a
I will
24.
message you.
So.
I will message you.
Why not? Let's see what happens. I got a 22 on perception.
Okay, hold on. I'll message you as well.
Sure, why not giggles?
Hey, this
Watch,
person
you're gonna crit.
one perception that you roll high.
You got a 2.
You're consistent, at least.
Mm-hmm. My perception is a +1. I rolled at nat 1.
You hear Chara gasp.
You hear a snort from Rowan that you've never heard her snort before.
Yeah, I think Pel's probably distracting you, Nathan, as when you mentioned about being older than everyone at the table combined. She like gets up on her chair, leans forward, and she's like, "And I suppose that makes you feel superior?"
No, not even a little bit. Just makes me feel old.
Yeah, you are old. Really old.
But I look great for my age.
I mean, you're starting to get some gray in there a bit.
Finally.
You just see Nina make the face.
If I have mommy issues, then
That's the joke. Are you just now getting it? That's why I always
I'm just saying it out loud. I'm just saying it out loud.
No, that's 100% the joke.
Oh, that's really funny.
So, leave now after breakfast, I guess?
I don't have anything else to do.
I mean, you know what? No, after breakfast?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I missed something.
It was the words unspoken that you missed.
Oh, okay. Parsoness, you look like you were about to have a stroke. Do you have
That's right, he was freaking out.
That's
About
just a
anything we
standard
can
face around
clarify
you.
for you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Insight check.
Okay, so to be clear, we need to go see Renwick, who we know is a necromancer, lich, something like that. He is a very powerful individual who we have a decent rapport with. You don't have to go anywhere near him. In fact, it would probably be better if you and the crew didn't. Let's maintain that boundary.
Renwick and I are friends. So.
Yeah. Chara talks with him. It is important that I think maybe we ask. He seemed to know about Hellgate Keep the last time Chara did communicate with him, so he's expecting us. And from there, I think we will have a direction on either the orbs or what the cults want with the. Nina's not stuttering. This is Liza. Oh my god, I gotta go back to my notes. It's been so long, gang. Okay, we know that they need the orbs to do stuff with the nodes of power and everything, right? Weapons, nodes of power, unleash him. Orbs are also tied into that. Or orbs are Fraser, cults are
With
separate.
Renwick, we were going for broad knowledge.
Okay.
We know that if he is the wizard, he would have specifically had one of the gems or all three in sight or possession.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm looking through my notes now. So gatekeeper gems are actually tied to Fraser Blue's plan, which could be separate from the cult situation.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Because he's
right?
essentially
Yeah.
trying to use them to dispel the magic holding his master, quotations. Lord, master, whatever.
Do we think that's true? Is he
From
actually
what we
trying
know,
to get the residue out?
because I think that, well, we don't know, but that's what we've pieced together, or at least
Okay.
has been mentioned, I should say, in character, is that they have the ability to dispel magic or
Right.
like create a magic-free zone type.
They
deal.
do, yeah. They do wild magic or the negation. I
Yeah.
think I'm mostly just forgetting.
You want to ask him about if he understood what the worm was at all?
Oh, where the mouth of the worm underneath.
The
Yeah, I
worm.
think I'm just confused why he sent us after the cults, and I think I'm sure it's buried in my notes. We know Fraser is a powerful demon lord. We know that he made a deal with the hags.
I don't think we know why he sent us after the cults.
Right.
Well,
So
I
I-
think that's a question that we have.
okay. So we are unsure about how the two are necessarily tied together. He could be trying to free Thrasidune. I have a theory that his staff that was taken away from him, he's trying to either get that back. Anyway,
You know
Okay.
who else said to go after the cults?
Durgan. Yep. That son of a bitch.
Who the fuck? Maybe you knew it.
Oh, I love this. I love
No,
watching this
I'm
so
I'm
much.
just totally okay. I think I'm caught back up. So we're going to Renwick specifically to talk to him about what he knows about Hellgate Keep and the orb that was there, and hopefully that will put us on a direction. And if it doesn't, we have cult locations. We can just go ham on one of them. We do have on our to-do list figuring out about the constable, because that was what we started looking into again in Red Larch when Liam and I got hijacked. So 2 points to come back to, and I think that's where Needle kind of like lays it out on the table is, okay, we're going to Renwick, and if nothing comes out there, we go back to the cults. But if not, I think we all agreed the orbs were the move here.
Yes.
Even though, and Nina looks to Rowan, your god wants you to focus on the cults. Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone eat up. And Nina just scarfs down some more eggs.
You see Parsonus kind of lean over to the side to Hestiva, and they kind of have a little bit of a back and forth whispering, nods eventually, and he kind of turns to you, Chara, and just says, we'll probably take a skeleton crew back if that's all right. I can pilot the ship. Probably leave Hestiva here. She wants to invest a little bit more into the protection here. I'll
If
bring,
you- Never mind. I forgot. I didn't say anything. Liza forgot which spell she had. I have teleportation circle, not teleportation, so different.
I'll be coming. I can pilot the ship. Probably bring one of the sisters along, and then I think everyone else. And you see Philippe, who's like at the table, like both fork and knife in hand, and just kind of leans forward a bit, staring very hard at Parsonus. And he kind of catches his gaze for a moment. And Philippe will be coming along. And Philippe's like, Philippe can come along as well. And obviously Teak goes everywhere with the ship.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Good
my
plan,
work
team.
is done. And he will get up and he's going to go prep the ship. Anything? Oh, yeah.
Nina's just, after everyone that starts filtering out of the room, wants to catch up with Philly. So if he runs out, she'll run out after him. Or if he kind of hangs behind to finish breakfast, she'll wait. But she wants to ask him how he's doing, because you said we noticed that he's been a little unsure since Ruby joined us.
Yeah, so he doesn't leave the table at the same time.
Okay.
He finishes breakfast, waits for some of the others to start filing out, helps Enough clear the table. You kind of catch him off to the side and ask how he's doing, and he kind of stands there for a moment looking up at you, plate in hand, a couple dirty plates in hand. He's just, what do you mean?
I mean, you and the captain, when we were dealing with Heian, you guys had that thing with Fraser, and then the thing on the table, and then when Ruby showed up yesterday, you seemed a little, I don't know, uncertain. And you are important because you help Parsonus, and we care about you. You keep us alive too, and I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Roll insight.
Okay. 11.
11.
Can't insight this Haragon, man.
What you notice is when you mention Fraser Blue incident, you notice he drops his gaze, kind of starts fiddling with the plates a bit. When you mention Ruby, he drops one of the silverware, kind of reaches down and picks it up. As he goes to pick it up, some food falls off in the other. He's like, oh no, man, shoot. Grabs a napkin.
I help him.
Yeah, he just, a little bit of a nervous agitation, and you help him get it cleaned up, and he kind of gets it all gathered back up. I should get this into the kitchen. Meet you back at the ship, yeah?
Okay, sure.
Okay. He scurries off and puts the dishes away.
Okay. I kind of think to myself that that's nerves, and everybody has them, but we're not that close, and why would he share that with me? But I think she's still kind of stuck on the, like, Liam saying that he didn't have a plate, like he didn't fit in, and now she's like hyper aware of everyone feeling like maybe there isn't a place for them in certain things. Like, our dynamic has all been very weird since like our groups were like meshed together so quickly, and is it like the idea of like, oh my gosh, there's another Harangon, or is it like she's cute? Like, I don't know. I think Nina's just trying to like suss out like the vibe there. And she's obviously not succeeding in it, but that is her mental state as she kind of walks away of just like, God damn it, I wish I was better at peopling.
And yet it's so perfect that she's not.
Yeah. So I gave her deception and intimidation. I did not give her persuasion or insight.
I think Nathan would have chased after Parsonus when he left.
Okay. Yeah, he would have been the first heading back to the ship then.
Yeah. He probably would have just like caught up in like a slow jog and be like, So, are you holding up?
Wonderful. How are you holding up?
I mean, I'm standing.
He kind of looks over at you with a percentage left of your infinity, yes?
Oh, that's gone already.
Really?
Yeah, I gave that up.
He kind of slows to a stop for a moment before you guys get to the entrance of the ship. You gave it up.
Yeah.
I imagine it was something worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
She definitely was. Is more appropriate. So, need any help?
please.
All right. Point me where you need me, Cap.
He starts to open the door and goes for the plank, pauses a moment, steps back and look at you. It looks like he wants to say something, just kind of nods and right. And would move in and kind of start showing you how to prep the Manta Rose to get her up and running and everything.
Perfect.
And unless anyone else had anything else they wanted to do.
I
Let's do it.
actually
Sorry.
got the Hestava.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll catch up to her, and
Mm-hmm.
I believe I left something in your room that I'll need to grab.
You see her pull her hand out of her pocket in her long skirt, and she produces the amulet. I thought you'd left it as a good luck charm for me. I could not hear what you said. I'm so sorry.
I said a guess of sorts to the charm thing. I'll start the charm and say, "Do you mind?" I basically put myself like, "Can you put it on?"
She lets the chain drop and would lift it and walk behind you, undo it, and attach it behind. And as she does, she just kind of lets her kind of nose run along the back of your neck. Do be careful.
She probably feels a little bit of like goosebumps forming. Always feels warm.
Well, it was in my pocket.
Well, thank you. Also, what you're doing for this town. Thank you.
She looks slightly uncomfortable at that, but gives a nod of her head. And would you like me to escort you to the ship?
I would.
And two of you walk to the Manta Rose, where she would give you some words of encouragement along the way, and things like that. Basic Hestavo wisdom, and would probably just do a, kiss to the side kind of a thing, like cheek to cheek kind of a kiss, and would bid you farewell for the time. And the rest of you wanting to do anything before you leave? No? Okay. Liam,
I guess
Pal.
one thing, sorry.
Yeah?
Does Gulliver need to share any information with us? Nina would have checked in with him. We don't have to play it out, but I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything that he needed
Yeah,
to.
I think
Okay.
you probably, I'm assuming like at dinner and then at breakfast, you would have filled him in on stuff and...
Yes, absolutely. But okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure there wasn't anything pressing that we missed with him. So, okay.
Who?
All good.
Yeah, it's funny, like, what used to be a completely empty mansion aside from Gulliver has now, at the breakfast table, was filled with the crew of the Manta Rose, with a handmaiden from the Feywild, from your party, from Corbett, from Pell. Like, it is a full table at this point. And one that you have noticed Gulliver seems to be most comfortable with. As uncomfortable as he was to start, having a house full and the table full of people, he just seems completely like everything he's maybe ever wanted but never sought for. Yeah.
His roughness was only ever loneliness, like unsure that he deserved a family, and we've given him a sort of found family. So cool. As long as she's feeling like he's in a good place, she can leave him to keep doing his thing. So cool.
And Liam Pell would 100% give you a very tight and long hug around the neck, just kind of hanging. And as she's hanging on, she's just kind of like, you're going to be good. You're going to take care of yourself. I'll keep looking for an eye for you, don't you worry. And, what else do you need?
Liam's just going to laugh and hug her back and say, I'm fine. I promise I'll be back soon.
You keep saying that, but I don't really feel like you mean it.
Just practice with the rope. And he hugs her back really hard.
Yeah, she kind of like leans her head. Just, you feel it lean against you a bit.
And he, with all sincerity in his heart, he says to her, I'm fine and I'll be back.
You better. And you kind of feel one of her hanging feet just kind of kick at your thigh a bit.
She hits one of my bruises.
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
You're such a baby. All right. She kind of lets go and drops. All right, bye. Again. She turns and walks back inside. As you file into the Manta Rose, the ship begins to take off, and you all start to make your way to the Sacred Stone Monastery to meet up with Renwick. So
maybe I have in my notes over like 3 sessions. We're heading for Renwick. And then shit happens.
No, we're headed for Renwick. It's happening.
No one's allowed to have a vision. No one's allowed to have any divine intervention. No one's allowed to summon anything on their ship.
I'm not kidding. Going back to like session 66, we're heading for Linwick. Like, that was 8 sessions ago.
Yeah. You guys make the travel. On foot from Westbridge, it would have been probably about 3.5 days at normal pace. In the Manta Rose, you guys can get there like in probably by early next morning. And the Manta Rose settles down at the outside of. You've got the canyon entrance, and it settles down at the bottom of it. You see off in the distance the Desserin River, and this narrow entrance that enters into the canyon side that you know to follow the path. You would find the Sacred Stone Monastery. As you all exit, and the crew, do you have any direction for the crew? Do you want them to wait for you? What would you like them to do?
Probably stay back and keep an eye out. I mean, I think we have the ability to communicate with them, right? We can make sure Parsonus has one of the earrings, the earpieces. I don't know. What do you think, gang? Like, stay back, stay covered?
We can always do sending, too, to communicate with them. If we need to. I was thinking about sending a message to Renwick when we arrive to have him meet us outside of the monastery.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth a try. I don't know if we'll be able to convince him of that again, but I think it's worth a try, yeah.
If he doesn't want to and we have to go in, though, I think we could let the crew, like, get airborne and just kind of wait that way they're not on the ground.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. And just for my own sanity, so you're leaving a earpiece with Parsonus. Who else is going to carry them? Because right now I have Liam, Nathan, and Nina.
I'll give mine to Rowan.
Okay.
Just in case. Because I think, Shara, you have 2 spells that you can talk to people with, so yeah, okay.
Yep.
So Rowan, Liam, and Parsonus then, keeping them maybe?
And Nina, yeah.
I'll give mine to Parsonus. Or there's 4.
There's
Yeah.
4.
There's 4. Okay, so I have 1. So Parsonus, okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay.
And I have a way of communicating short distances with people, so me having one is good because I can disseminate information as necessary.
When we land and get off of the ship, and as we're like outside, I would cast sending to reach out to Renwick. And say, I mean, he's a lich. He has all the time in the world. It's a blink of an eye for him. So, Renwick, we've arrived. We are outside. Please meet us in this area.
And we could aim for roughly the same spot where he met us before, right? That's doable. It was far enough away, I think, from the cult, so we didn't run into them again. And he had some sort of tie to the area. I can't remember.
Yes. Okay. You do get a response. Interesting. I did not expect you to return. What is it you seek before I decide to leave?
cast it again.
Hold on, really quick.
Yeah.
Because it's been a while. The last time it might have been 3 sessions ago, but after we got done with Hellgate, Chara reached out and asked him specifically about the gems in Hellgate. And he was like, "Interesting. You know where I'm at. Come find me."
Mm-hmm.
So I think he would know what we're here for. Okay, just want to put that out there.
Well, yes, but you
He's
also said you
purposely-
would come to him. And now you're asking him to leave.
No, he told us to come to him. We didn't say we would.
No,
He
that's
said-
what I'm saying. Like,
Okay.
like, to come to him, but now you're asking him to leave.
Understood.
So
I-
he doesn't know if there's something new, like,
Understood.
that's, like,
Understood.
sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we
Yeah,
were on
yeah,
the
yeah.
same page. Okay. That's the vibe.
Chara would say the same thing that we talked about, the same thing that we talked about the gems and Hellgate Keep.
Cults are dangerous. Don't want to risk coming inside yet.
Cults are dangerous. Too risky. Now. Send. That was 25.
I love that. Just like send.
Send.
It's like
That's the,
gathering
like,
all the words into an email and then...
Well, it's so funny because it's got a somatic component too, so it's like that's the component is try like
That's
counting
awesome.
out the words and then send.
So be it. Meet me in the garden of gargoyles.
But isn't that inside of the cultist place?
Chara says out loud, question mark?
The Garden of Gargoyles?
Do we know what that means?
You remember there was a like a garden off to the side. It was walled, but hold on, I actually got to pull up.
I watched that episode recently, so I do remember the Garden of I do know.
Okay. It's within the temple somehow. Okay.
Yeah.
But
But it's like on the outside of it, but it's
there is a wall up from it, but hold on. Yeah, there's a wall, but it's not like it has a ceiling or anything. Yeah. And there are small little openings, not enough for someone to squeeze through, like window type openings in the wall. However, he seems to think either you can get in there some way.
I mean, I can Misty step in.
So we can suggest a couple of things. We can either I can fly and scout ahead and make sure nobody is outside, and then we can just try to sneak in. I also might be able to get us all there with invisibility if we want to sneak in.
Maybe we'll take a step back for a sec, though. Why there? Is he testing us? Is this...
Well, I think he told us before, the last time we met him, he doesn't leave often, so this is his compromise to coming outdoors again.
And I mean, it could be a matter of fact, given what he is, maybe he's unable to leave.
Yeah, aren't undead tied to locations sometimes? Isn't that a thing?
Where he landed. Anyways.
If we do the scouting bit, I can use a little bit less energy and try to clear the way, like perceive, the way is clear, and then we can use regular sneaking methods like we normally do. Or I can expend a lot more energy and make us all super sneaky and we get in there safely. But I'm open to either. I just wanted to throw them out there as things I can do to help in this scenario if we want to go quietly.
Can I? Sorry, just.
Oh yeah.
I've been a little distracted with this like chipped tooth. It's like really bothering me. But backwards. From our last long rest, can I just say I did one thing that I didn't do because I was distracted?
What is it?
I want to say that I gave a speech saying that we're going to kill these cults and give everyone 12 points of temporary HP. I took the Inspiring Leader feat at my last level up.
Okay. Yeah. So while they're kind of discussing next steps here outside the ship, you give a speech about wanting to like just kill the cults. Are you talking like bloody murder or?
We're gonna save the world.
Okay. And you said 10 temporary HP?
No, 12.
12 temporary HP to everyone. Nice.
Oh wait, sorry, no. Because it's my modifier that I chose, and I chose charisma, so it's 13 temporary HP.
And then how long does that last?
It doesn't have an endpoint.
Okay.
That can't possibly be true. It's got to be. That's so broken if it doesn't.
I mean, it's temp HP. I would assume that once it's gone, it's gone. But yeah, no.
No, I think it's
long rest or something, or next dawn, or
bolstering performance. When you finish a short or long rest, you can give an inspiring performance, a speech, song, or dance.
Crazy,
when you
it
do
doesn't.
so, choose up to 6 allies within 30 feet of yourself who can witness the performance. The chosen creatures each gain temp HP equal to your character level plus the modifier of the ability you increased with this stat, which I chose. Charisma. So that was +2. So 11 plus 2, 13.
It also doesn't stack, so I'm assuming it does go away on a short or long rest, and you could then re-up it again if you needed to. But yeah.
Yep. Sorry, I'm gonna be playing with like this chip tooth for the rest of the night. It's like a tooth I broke when I was a kid, and the bonding on it just came off with like that pit.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's a new chip; it's an old one that like now is just like open and it's bothering me.
I know, you can't help but like always run your tongue over that kind of crap.
That's why I'm just distracted with it. So sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, so 13 extra HP.
Okay, so back to how we get in. Does anyone have any other suggestions or thoughts?
I can also.
I think it all sounds good.
I can do greater and
I was just going to ask, like, what do you feel comfortable with? You said it was based on your amount of energy usage. What do you feel comfortable expelling?
I mean, the flying part is easy. My eyes aren't the greatest out of all of us, to be honest. That would be Chara. So maybe I make Chara fly? And then you can come back and let us know. That way I have more energy stores for if things go sideways and we need to do any mass crowd control. And by that I mean,
yeah, we can do that.
Controlling some cultists again. Okay.
Yeah, we could do that for sure.
I mean, if we wanted to save your abilities, He kind of like goes into his jacket for a second. Where did I put that? Oh. And he pulls out the potion of flying that he got, and we could use this instead.
I mean, I don't think that's necessary, though. That could be an easy escape for somebody who's stuck in the middle of a bad fight, too.
I've got ways
Yeah,
to get away from things quickly if it goes south, so.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just stay, 30, 50 feet up, try to keep a distance, hide behind pillars or whatever the hell this temple has, maybe you can just make sure there's nobody out and about. Maybe use your bubbles to make sure there's no thoughts nearby before Renwick comes out, sort of deal, and then the rest of us can sneak in.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I will just use my 3rd level fly on her, which lasts for 10 minutes. And so I would kind of like put my hand on your shoulder and say, okay, you've got about 10 minutes of flight time, so just maybe get in close and go from there. If it seems safe, just wait for us and we'll sneak up. That way you're not having to double back. You can just be our eyes and ears in the moment and communicate via message, maybe?
Yeah, I can definitely communicate. Awesome.
Cool.
And if anything comes up, just yell.
Yeah, we'll
Hell,
be there
if
in
you
a flash.
feel uncomfortable, just yell.
Yeah. And don't tell Parsonus that you sent me ahead first. Okay, thanks, bye. And then she's gonna like fly towards
Nina kind of goes, I didn't say she had to, right? That wasn't me volunteering her to do the thing.
Well,
I mean, I'm still gonna tell him at some point just for giggles, but
I was going to say there was nothing in the contract that said that she couldn't be reckless with her own choices.
True.
She didn't say there was an insurance policy on her body.
Good grief, that contract was something, wasn't it?
It was something.
Did you guys think to have a lawyer look it over for her?
She did.
the hell's a lawyer?
Awkward silence.
I had to look up what it was. A squire.
Nice.
I knew there was an actual term. I just couldn't remember what it was.
Chara, you feel a soft, furry paw hand just gently touch your arm, and you look down and you see Rhubarb looking up at you.
Oh, fuck! She scared me.
I'm sorry, mistress.
I forgot you were there.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I do strive for calm. My apologies. I just
Freaked my
wanted to
dog
let
out.
you know to be as careful as possible. You're starting to get into a very sensitive time, and we need you to come back sooner than later.
Thank you, Ruby. Thank you.
She bows her head and takes a few steps back.
All right. Well, you guys heard the lady. Oh, but I guess you didn't know. I guess you didn't actually, because you don't speak Sylvan.
Nope.
So.
I mean, I
So
heard
Chara will just
her,
say, "Well,
but
All
Oh,
right.
man, that's really funny.
So Nina would cast a spell. Are you guys heading in first, or?
Yeah, I think we would try to sneak in as close as we could, staying maybe 100, 200 feet away from the entrance, or if we found someone like scouting ahead.
Got it.
If their cults were watching it even further than that, we'd stay back. But after that point, I want to make sure that we're close enough to run in if we need to, like Nathan especially. But I want us to get up in the air and kind of do an overhead look.
Oh man, I gotta remember what was the most recent map I've had you guys on.
You had put a lot of the points on it, so we had put all of the cult locations.
Yeah. But I mean, your extra, so Feast, that's right, Feast of the Moon. So.
Oh, tokens wise, yeah.
Yeah. Because that'll have your updated. Bleh. Here you are. There's Liam. Great. Okie dokie. Here we go. Guppy. And let's get back to Sacred Stone. Here we go. Okay. You guys. Yeah, I would say let's drop you right here. Ooh, you're so big. Pacha. Okay. And yeah. You guys make your way through the canyon entrance. Since it's still fairly early in the day. So there's definitely a chill in the air. It is a dry air that you see coming out as you're breathing. But yeah, you guys make it through the canyon and it is eerily quiet. Oh, and I need to drop you on there. Sorry. Pacha. And let's go ahead and
My keyboard is super messed up, so I can't get into Roll20 because I can't type Roll20 into the search bar. So I can do Theater of the Mind. Like I'm not
Got
too...
Got it. I will.
If
But I
we
wanna
drop
put
the
this.
link in Discord, can you click it?
Ooh, let's try that. That would be great.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, Liza.
I don't know if you have to log in or anything, but let's see if this at least gets you the ability you can click through to stuff.
Oh, that's perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. Can you tell I spend my days troubleshooting for people who can't access things on calls all day long? Next up, I was going to be like, let me screen share.
Thank
Honestly,
you.
that was my
Yes,
first
sorry,
thought
I'm
too.
in.
Was like I could just go to Discord and screen share. Well, if I'm being honest, you're not going to
So-
see shit all.
With Chara flying overhead to find the garden, do I see like the garden that he was talking about from an aerial view?
100%. Flying overhead, you definitely see the top of this monastery, and you see, I'm just going to put you over it. You see as the ceiling, the steep ceiling, tiled ceilings kind of arches down as you crest over it. You see the garden below, and it is the walled garden shelter, and it's beneath the northern wall of the monastery. It looks... The last time you saw this garden, it looked poorly kept. Although it looked like someone had been attempting to at least keep the overgrowth from going out. Now it looks much more well kept. Any overgrowth has been cut back. And it looks like it's winter at this point. Essentially, you're getting into close to winter, and so there's no flowering or anything. There's a lot of dead leaf growth. However, everything looks much more maintained. And you see the familiar gargoyle statues and several lifelike statues still in their same places.
I would communicate to the group that I would use message and communicate that I am here. Or I'm sorry, not message. I would use the earpiece to communicate that I've made it safely in this creepy ass garden.
Okay. And all's well?
So far.
All right, we'll work on getting closer. Brief directions, anything, halfway points, things we could duck behind if we need to?
Yeah, I would give them directions on the fastest way to get there from the outside.
So from the outside, they literally could just go out and around, like around the monastery. Mm-hmm. There's still no direct entrance into the back, into this garden, aside from scaling the wall.
That's fine. If Nina needed to break through a wall, she totally could. I have faith that Nina would break down a wall if Chara needed her to. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think as a group, Nina communicates that back. Obviously, Rowan and heard and everything. So I think, yeah, we'd start working our way, making our way.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is not a window. That is a gate.
Okay.
It is a very tight-knit gate that leads. So, yeah, right here, that is actually a gate. My apologies.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, that makes it easier.
So are you touching down, or Chara, or waiting for the party?
I'll float overhead, but I'll alert Renwick that at his convenience.
Not even a minute later, you hear the door to the garden open, and you see the robed figure, robed ancient figure stepping down, walking down the steps, almost like gliding, as he passes several of the statues. At one point, he stops, looks down at a flower that is wilted entirely, and you see him reach down and brush away some of the dead flower around it and bring some of the mulch closer to it, dusts off his hands, and would kind of continue to float towards you.
Awesome.
And he would stand there, like hands clasped before him.
Do you want the rest of us to like roll stealth or anything as we're coming up on it?
Yeah. I am going to refresh my roll 22 because I think it's
21.
11.
okay.
Oof, buddy.
Oh yeah, Liam.
That missing eye, man. You're stepping on some snapping
Actually,
twigs.
because DM hasn't said what happened, I'm going to use luck.
Hey.
There you go.
Still 11.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That does hurt.
That sucks. I'm sure it'll be fine.
The game wants what the game wants.
Okay.
The other two stepped away for
Okay.
a minute, so
Not a problem. Let's do that because I gotta get that back opened. Okay. As far as you know, you guys, the rest of you, are making your way around, and it is quiet. You do not come across anyone else. Every now and then you do hear what sounds like some groaning and some dragging. A grunt.
reminiscent of the undead in Hellgate Keep.
I feel like you've been around enough undead. It does quite sound familiar.
Okay. Renwick has some buddies.
Yeah, and so as you're kind of making your way over there, Chara, Renwick, almost floating before you, hands clasped, looks at you. You have questions of Hellgate Keep?
Yes.
Speak your inquiries.
What do you know of Hellgate Keep?
It was destroyed by 3 overly arrogant and zealous wizards who thought they could handle a power beyond them.
And you knew these wizards?
Come, Chara. You already know a portion of the story.
Fine. How would one go about finding the orbs?
The orbs. He kind of gives you a questioning look.
The gems.
The gems.
Sorry, the
No,
gems.
you're good. So, as you are speaking, and you hear the door behind him open again, and you see 2 figures follow down the steps, and almost as your attention is kind of drawn towards them, that is when you speak orbs before you realize you meant gems, as you watch two undead come into the garden, kind of stumbling about. One of them heads to the side, and you see it as they take a almost what looks like a old shirt and start dusting and wiping at one of the statues. Another one goes over and you see him crouch down in between like these. This undead looks fairly recent. So like the body and everything is still fully formed. You can tell they're just not a living person as they reach forward and start gathering any dead leaves and grass together and scooping it up. Renwick would kind of drop his gaze a bit. The gems used to create a mithril. To contain powerful items. Gems used to nullify magic. What is it you wish to know about them?
We know from the story what happens when somebody wields them. We know from the story how many there are. We don't know how to find them. I have been tasked with finding one of them.
His eyes kind of narrow at you for a moment. Who has tasked you with this?
Is it really relevant to how to find them?
The gems are powerful and were separated for a reason. So your reason for finding them is important. Especially considering...
Fae. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. He says, especially considering those that protect them.
The Fae want what is theirs returned.
Queen Titania. And it was stolen from her?
Yes.
I cannot tell you where it is.
But
However,
you know where it is. Oh, sorry.
You're good. However, it is one and the same that were used at Hellgate.
And you don't know where it is or how to find it.
I do not know their location. They are not my problem anymore.
Can I? Does he need like a bribe? Or is he being serious? Like I ideally I'd want to do an insight check to see if
go
he's
for
like
it. Go
but
for
I
it.
definitely wanted to flavor it. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
that was a 1 for a total of 5.
Okay. You are super distracted by the undead in the background, and all you can kind of think about is how very alone you are at the moment in this garden with a lich, his undead, in a monastery full of enemies.
Well, when you put it like that. DM.
We're on our way. We're on our way.
All right. Renwick,
Yes.
what you you seek something. I seek something. This could be mutually beneficial if we let it.
In what way do you wish to benefit?
I need to find this gem.
And what is it you think I need?
Oh my gosh, what was it? What was he looking for? It wasn't a way to bring his brother back. Or was it a way to bring himself back? Oh my gosh, I can't remember.
Let me dig into my notes and see what I've got.
Because it was something like that, in that vein.
Mm-hmm. You do recall he had a brother that he and his brother they were heroes during the Troll War, the Second Troll War. And his brother died in battle, and Renwick had swore to find a way to bring back his brother, because he always felt his brother was always better than he ever could be.
Yeah, that's the reason he became the Lich.
Mm-hmm.
You seek to bring your brother back.
Roll a persuasion check.
Ooh, That's a 30.
Okay. I guess I don't have to flavor this then. You watch as he standing there. You see his thoughts. You don't know a ton about liches, but you know the tales about liches and what they do to get what they need. You see this individual who you know has done gnarly things to get to this point. His reasoning might have been good. But in the moment that he asked you what you think he needed, in that moment, what he thought he needed was not what you spoke he needed until he heard the words leave your mouth. And he was reminded of the reason he started this journey. And you watch as he almost settles down to the ground once more. I do not know the locations of these gems. However, tell me why you need them. If it is simply to gather one, why do you seek the others?
I seek one for the Fate Queen. She was not specific in which one. I return to her. She wants one back. I intend to give her one back.
You see him almost... It is a weird thing to hear a lich chuckle. But you hear like this dry chuckling coming from his throat. And it's probably at this point that the rest of the party make it to the back of the gate. And as you all come to the gate and you find it unlocked, you see Chara standing before Renwick, and Renwick chuckling. Oh, you wish to return a gem to the Queen Titania that is not hers.
Well, now you're making me second guess myself, but that was kind of my plan, was to just like make sure she got one back.
We open the gate and walk in slowly,
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well,
You see
'cause-
these undead kind of garden tending and...
So you guys got started without us.
Welcome. Do you have more to add?
That depends on what Chara has said.
I was informing Renwick of why I want to find the gems.
Gem. He corrects you.
Gem. I would be comfortable finding more than one. However, it is just one that I seek.
And did you confirm that he was the one unaccounted for wizard from Hellgate? I'm kind of
Yes.
like looking to Renwick as I'm saying that.
He just, the dry cackle, cracked cheek
Mhm.
just kind of smirks a bit.
Okay. Our interest in the gems is less about obtaining them and more so about making sure somebody else doesn't. As far as we know, their last known location was with a god, a Fey Queen, and shit, Liza's forgetting the third. Hold on, I have this written down. Oh, the one lost at Hellgate Keep. So we happen to know, and I kind of gesture to Chara, that the others are missing as well. And since Hellgate Keep was the one that's unaccounted for, we figured that might be the easiest one to track down. You have no idea where it's at.
It was buried beneath Hellgate.
Will it know? Do we know that it's no longer there?
We don't know that it's no longer there. We do know that there was some weird shit going on when we were there that was, but I don't think we were smart enough to figure it out.
I'm trying to remember because I feel like we wouldn't have left without knowing that for sure it wasn't there. Hold on. There was definitely still like the power negation and the wild magic and shit, but didn't we? Hellgate Keep. Here we go.
So both Erroneous and the Fey Queen have lost theirs.
Stolen. They've been stolen.
His gaze turns back to you.
That's
By
still lost.
who?
We don't know by who. At least Chara does not remember by who.
We have a theory.
Share.
Nathan would kind of nod to Nina, like, go ahead.
Fraser Blue, the deceiver, the demon lord of the, and I will give the exact 176th layer of the abyss. He's got a plan for them that we are trying to unravel faster than we should be. Or than we can.
So he has taken those.
You know him.
I have heard tell of him. The great demon lord of that layer of the hollow heart. So he has taken those and seeks the third. Perhaps you would find him at Hellgate Keep then.
We were there. He was not. All we found was a dwarf, correct?
Mm-hmm. And his zombie bride.
Nina and Liam.
Oh, fuck.
Go ahead and roll me just insight checks.
Okay. Natural 19 for 24.
Okay.
Natural 17 for 23.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Plus, I mathed wrong. 22.
Still. The siblings, as you're hearing this, the question of where the third gem is, if it's still buried in Hellgate Keep. Memories of Fraser Blue from your childhood. Your village was not far from Hellgate Keep.
Yeah.
You know that he was there, and the only reason your village was razed was because the hag that was helping him got bored.
Yeah.
And he left there.
So the magic, the negation, the zombie, all of that was just residual from the massive detonation that happened. The gem is no longer there making that happen, correct?
You gather he found what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Nina says that. He's got it already. He's had it for the last 12 years.
Then it would seem he has what he needs.
Well, fuck.
No, that doesn't make sense. Had what he needed, he wouldn't. Renwick, question, if I may. You, at some point in your history, had access to the stones. Or the gems, stones. How were they activated? Was there a specific, I guess, ritual or mechanic or schematic to it? Is there an item needed to activate them all?
In my arrogance, as many wizards come to face, we thought perhaps it was our level of power and understanding of the weave. But what it ultimately came to be was sacrifice. What were you willing to give? And that is what activates them. And he kind of pauses a moment as Megan needs to pull up her notes here.
You will hear Rowan say, like, Ronius did say don't go after the gems.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now.
I mean, it does, but what the hell else is he after then? Something to activate the gems? Something to use as a sacrifice? What is the missing piece?
Nina just gestures to Rowan.
then he would come hard after Rowan.
It's a time game. The cults aren't far enough along for whatever he has planned, which is what we still don't know what he needs the gems for. Is it to subdue him? To break him out? He might be angry at the Razadun. They could have beef. I mean, they're both powerful, illusionist, chaos things, right? Like, did I
As we're
just say the
searching.
name again? Did I
As we're
just say the
searching.
name again? Did anything happen when I said the name?
Um,
I'm so paranoid now.
Hold on.
I'm just trying to slap this.
Yeah.
TD for short.
Yeah, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I was going to
At
say,
least
as a
I'm
quick
excited.
reminder, you're also wearing the ring of mind shielding.
Yeah.
Could I do guidance?
Which
suppresses somebody's ability to talk to me in my mind.
great.
Liam is going to, as this discussion is happening, and you guys are talking about. I had to go through my notes. I had to go all the way back to August. Liam is going to hear what Phaser needs. He's going to sit down and just say he's looking for an aborted godling. That's what he needs. That's why he needs the hags.
No, that's what he promised the hags.
Well, shit. Never mind then.
It wasn't a 1, but it was damn near. That is a natural 3 for a 10.
Okay. I mean, you've got the ring on. However,
Is Nathan standing next to me?
uh-huh.
Do I feel something like try to do something with while I'm wearing the ring that it suppresses? Like, do I feel that magical clarity that it's trying to give me?
You probably feel a slight you feel a swell of energy of the magic. What is that? Abjuration, I think.
Yeah.
It's protection.
Yeah.
But Liam, I do need you to give me a Constitution saving throw as well as Chara.
And I think Nina just will reach over and grab Nathan's hand and just say, "Fuck! I need to stop saying that name."
22
19.
for Chara.
Okay.
19 for Liam.
Okay. Excellent. Both of you hear the name, and when you hear the name, it is almost like a vibration, an echo of it that just extends far beyond, as if everything else kind of goes quiet. And you sense a presence of something moving beneath the monastery. And moving west. Something that calls to you a bit. Liam, you specifically, having felt this before and being overtaken by it, you know that this is a gem. Sorry, a shard. One of the shards of Therisdune that you felt drawn to before. That you felt drawn to return. And you can sense its movement.
You said it's going west?
Beneath the temple. You are not, in this moment, you are not, you have full control of yourself. You just feel that slight tug of, I know where it's at. Or a shard is at.
Mm.
Liam is going to mention that he feels something pulling, like some sort of pull to the west.
Okay, we need to stop saying that name. From this point forward, he's just going to be, I don't know, Riz. Does it feel like what it felt like back in Red Larch? Because that's what it just felt like when the ring suppressed it for me.
Yeah. I'm still in control, but it feels like it did then.
I'm having a thought. It's not so strong I had to sing it.
You see Renwick is like, for a moment, like, floats backwards a bit before it just kind of settles once more.
Renwick. No, never mind. That doesn't make sense.
Say it out loud first,
Well,
without the name if it's there.
we're assuming that What's-His-Face has all 3 of the gems.
Yes.
However, they haven't been used yet.
Correct. Because he needs something to sacrifice to do something that we don't know yet.
Okay.
My theory is that's the plan for Rowan. Because he needs her, and he specifically said the time isn't right yet, right?
Yeah.
Who told you something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
So we don't know what the big end game is. But in the meantime, she points to the temple. The cults are getting closer to unlocking Riz. And we know they're combined in some way. So that feeling, that's probably a pull towards another shard. Because that's what set us off before.
The Rizzler.
But he also wants the shards.
It's possible.
Right?
Why would you feel this pull based on a name?
Liam, do you want to explain?
I'm not sure I understand it myself. I think it's that corruption.
Getting rid of
Well,
growth, we did something.
I don't think it is because I feel it too.
Well, we traced the symbol onto the mirror. You traced it onto the table. That was me, player, above table, because Nina doesn't know that.
He wants the shards, though. That's what I'm coming back to. He went after the shard in Red Larch. He went after, or I'm sorry, in not Red Larch.
Waterdeep?
Waterdeep. Thank you. Went after the shard in Waterdeep. The cults did. So they're after the shards.
Mm-hmm. And the cults
So the
are
shards-
tied to Riz, not Fraser.
Right.
This corruption is because of the symbol.
That's above table.
Could ask
Above table, yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say, above table. Could ask the really old lich there if he has any knowledge on both shards, clearing the corruption, and Anything else? He's been alive a while.
When I threw out that name, what did Renwick react like when I said the full name?
Ooh, good question. Roll me a perception to see if you noticed.
Oh, nope. Natural 4 for a 5. I was
Ah.
very much distracted by the suppression of that feeling. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Renwick, do you happen to know anything about that name I just said a minute ago before we all got a little on edge?
An old god.
One of KS sent into the Void Harrow. Yeah. But, like, do you think that they are capable of...
You notice he's like very much got this appearance of like old man who's about to go into this glorious story, and you're like the teenager, like, yeah, okay, we know this part, and he's like,
Yeah. No, I think she can totally be chastised if he wants to like be like shut
no.
your mouth. But I just want to know, is he capable of influencing people from his space, from the pocket dimension that he was trapped in?
You speak of the Void Harrow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know of his reach.
It would make sense, though, right? Why he was scrubbed from history. If he could influence things still, why would anyone ever let his name, his symbol be spoken again?
His involvement in this world was never a problem of mine to deal with. However,
Nope. But it could be.
as you have stated, he was scrubbed from history for the most part. There have been cults that have popped up throughout time to varying names, all attributed to one dark god. He who waits, the wrongly held, the chained one.
Oh, so many monikers because you can't say the real name. Got it.
Can I ask a question real quick? You said that the shard was moving west. DM, sorry, above you.
Oh, yes.
The shard
yes.
was moving west.
Mm-hmm.
Which way is the Manta Rose?
South. Not only is it south,
Okay.
but you know it was west and beneath ground.
Cool. I was just checking.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Durgan was
Here.
Could he be the one grabbing these shards? He was underground from what we kind of saw, or like in tunnels.
But I'm still not convinced. I'm convinced that Fraser doesn't care about the shards. No, because he's the one that we think killed Melandra, right? Like that was the vision you saw, was the gargoyle
The gargoyles.
killing Melandra. No, but that was going after Heronius's gatekeeper gem, not the shard. Different.
Correct. I think that's where there was confusion from the
Okay. Okay, right.
beginning.
So the shards, these 333, I think is the number shards. The cults want them to bring back Riz. The gatekeeper gem, there are 3. Fraser wants those for whatever reason, and he has them. The shards are what we're feeling. Durgan is still that variable, but he's been sneaking around the cults. I don't think he works for the cults and going after the shards. My theory is still he's tied up with Fraser somehow, but because of and I only have that because of the memory Nina has of him interacting with her outside of Corbette's room before we found Corbette, and dealt with my non-existent family thing. So that's the craziness that I have there.
I'm gonna turn to Winrick. Do you know the name Durgan?
You see him consider for a long moment. I am unfamiliar with this name.
Can I insight check that? Does it seem like he hesitated because he was just simply trying to remember, or almost?
Oh yeah, you don't even have to insight. You can tell he was just, this is an individual that's been around for a very long time, and he was having, liches have a singular mindset of, quite often it's knowledge and immortality. They gather so much knowledge. They often sometimes have to take time to peruse all the gathering of knowledge, which benefit of being a lich, they have a lot of time to do so. So you can gather he was just considering throughout all the time that he's existed this name and could not bring one to mind.
If somebody has been touched by such an ancient and powerful being, is there any way to reverse that connection? Remove that connection?
I don't know. You speak of being as old as some of the oldest gods themselves, that has reached into the darkest parts of, I forgot what it's called.
The abyss?
The realm beyond, basically like deep space, like where all the chaos and such is. He is the creator of the abyss.
Cool.
To have been touched by such a being, I do not imagine is something that can be cleansed by mere mortals.
Cool. Another fucked up thing about our lives. Okay.
Cool. Sorry, second question, sir. Being physically touched by that being, would that cause the same kind of curse?
He ponders this for a moment. I don't have that answer either. I suppose it depends on his level of need.
Thank you.
We're missing a piece of this puzzle.
Yeah, and at this point, Nina's just getting frustrated and wants to go hit something.
Well, at that moment, you see the door at the southwest corner over here open once again, and you see another figure walking out, and you see the familiar figure of a monk, a blind monk by the name of Helen Ray, that walks down the steps, walks along the path behind Renwick and off to the side, and where she starts pulling dead leaves off of the bushes and gathering them one by one.
Are
Is
we
she
on the
undead?
map
Or
the
is
same
she-
place Chara is?
What was that?
Are we in the same place on the map as
Oh,
Chara is?
oh,
Just
oh.
out of curiosity.
Oops. Yeah, let me put you...
I didn't want to move anywhere we weren't.
Yeah.
supposed to be.
You're good. So you are in here.
Okay.
Does Helen Ray appear to be undead, or
The injuries she had sustained previously from Nina are still there and seemingly more necrotic. She 100% looks undead.
well, on that note, I think we've taken up enough of this. I think we should go.
Yeah, we thank you for your patience and time with us, I guess.
If you wish, the monastery is open, and you are free to move about it. I do not wish to join this fight. My days of fighting are past.
And you got tired of sharing the temple?
He smiles.
Because she was alive the last time we saw her.
You are free to move about the temple, unheeded.
Understood. Well, gang, we said if we didn't have a lead on the gems, it was cult time.
All right, let's get to it.
Do you want to check in with Parsonus as we go, before we go?
I don't have an earpiece. Do I?
Nina will give you the earpiece.
Oh. Chara would buzz in, just be like, Parsonus, are you there?
Yes.
We didn't find the information that we were looking for, but we do have a way to go deeper into the monastery. So we're going to continue downward.
The earpiece goes quiet for a moment. All right, well, do be careful. Keep in touch. Keep us updated. The Ruby is being particularly pointed that you be careful of your condition.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. Great.
Which Rowan and Liam both hear in their ears.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Chara just like mutters to herself, "Be careful in my condition."
So you guys start to make your way. Are you going? What's the plan? Do you?
I think the plan should be.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think that we should go towards the lower levels of the monastery because we know from previous lore that there's something underneath. That's where we felt the shard moving. That's where we know that like the nodes are, the like things of power in these centers. So like I feel like our goal should be to go to the bottom.
I agree. Finding that node or whatever the hell that everybody keeps talking about, or like the mouth of the worm tunnel or whatever, I think all of that is kind of necessary at this point to at least get answers to what they are.
Yeah, so we know there was a way to do that by going through where we found Heian. I don't know that we know it's any further or closer from where we are now. There's going to be a way from all 4 cults to get down there. So I think we might as well start here and start backtracking from the moment we found all of those prisoners and escaped, because we didn't get very far in this particular one. So we can go through, clear out rooms, try to see if there's anything they left behind, but ultimately we got to get down and probably to
I
where
don't
we
want to deal with those worm things again. They sucked.
Yeah.
So your plan is to deal with the cultists then, yes?
Until we
Sounds
can
like-
figure out what else is in the works.
You see him.
The only other
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
I was going to say the only other thing that we haven't done is essentially a side quest, but you know I love a good side quest. But is we've done the like some of the origin pieces are coming into play for like you and like for Nina and Liam, Rowan and Nathan, and then now we officially have like where Chara is coming from. And so even though that is technically a side quest ish, I'm wondering if it will also bear clues.
Yeah, I definitely think the Nicolacia having where you're from was interesting, and finding out more about that, I think we need to explore as well. But I think while we're here, we need to go a little bit deeper, find some clues. But I'm totally up for a Chara origin
100%.
story side quest. Yeah.
For sure. I think for me as a player too, like we're here, we might as well at least start checking things off the list of stuff that we do have and that we don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
You would see Renwick turn and reach up a hand, and you would see him pull down almost like a handle on something. And as he pulls it forward, you see him swipe another hand forward as if pulling a curtain back. And you see like a small little plank of wood, and atop of it are a couple items. And he would hold it forward to aid you.
What do they look like? What are they?
One is a potion of greater healing. One is a potion of hill giant strength. And the third is a scroll of Snillix Snowball Swarm.
Interesting. Thought you were done fighting.
You're doing the fighting for me. Clean up the mess.
You got it. And Nina would grab the 3 and kind of pass them out to folks if anyone seemed particularly interested in anything. I have 2 greater healings already, so someone else should take that. And I don't need either of the other 2, but we want them. So
I honestly would not say no to the hill giant strength.
take it.
Take it.
Okay.
And I already have a bunch of potions myself for healing, so someone else.
Given my 8 strength.
I'll take the potion of healing.
Okay.
Then I guess I'll take the snowball scroll.
Do it. How is Liam on potions of healing, by the way?
0.
You want one of mine?
If you're given.
Yeah. I got them for the use for the group, and I don't use them all that often, so I think having them split up. So I have 2, so you want to take 1. It's a greater healing that I bought. Keep it on you.
What does it count for people's healing if we're going there? Because I have a bunch. A bunch. Like, I have 6.
Well, it sounds like
have the cleric, but
if Nathan doesn't have
one each.
Yeah, I think we should each at least have 1. If Nathan doesn't have any, it would be good to give him some extra just because he's quickest at getting around the map. Well, I guess Liam's technically the quickest with his rogue stuff. So having them have some more to be able to bounce around wouldn't be a bad idea, especially because you and I both have other healing spells we can use from a distance. So just throwing that out there as an idea, but we don't have to pass all that.
Yeah. So just to be specific, I have 3 regular healing, 2 greater, and 1 superior.
Hell yeah.
I have nada.
So do you want to take the? I'm willing to give you all 3 of the
Basics?
one. Yeah.
Whatever you're feeling, yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you all 3 of just the potion of healing, and I'll keep the greater and superior for now.
Okay.
Hey Chora, did you ask about like how much time he took from us?
Well, we didn't really discuss any kind of payment.
As we take
didn't
these
discuss it,
Turns
but
and
yeah.
starts to float away.
Yeah, as we take
I mean-
more things from him.
Chara would say something, would say to Renwick, my word is, or the words that I spoke, I was serious. For your aid in our quest is your aid, is also aid in your quest. That should be payment enough.
He is paused at the doorway, his robe just kind of gently floating a bit, and the head just kind of turns a bit. Payment was already received. I ask no more. But that you complete that which has been set before you. Rise to meet your destiny, or go to your grave a failure. And he goes within the door.
Rough. Damn.
I very much feel like we should have more options than that, but okay.
Right?
Lich, man.
I do love it. I love a good Destiny storyline. Chosen one.
But Chara is still totally gonna make it a point to try to bring back this dude's brother. So
Oh, absolutely. If you make it known that that's the quest, I will do it. As creepy as Renwick is, I still fully support his character.
Okay, Victor.
I do have a love of necromancers.
Same. Okay. Well, with that, that's probably where we're going to end it tonight then.
Good call, yeah.
For sure.
As you guys gather together, and we'll start to head down.
Okay.
Are all of you, I know we're going to get dicey here in the next couple months with holidays and everything. Are you guys available the 16th?
Yep.
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 I'm good.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So we are good for at least next session, and you guys will start heading into the Stone Monastery Temple.
Woohoo.
Temple of the Black Earth, baby.
Cool. And really quick,